No witam was czat. Mamy w refaktorze. Dać na wyprawkę. Dzisiaj jedziemy na RF-ie, jak widzicie, na Silverstone. Tak padło głosowanie. I teraz wam pokażę grafikę, o co z tym wszystkim chodzi. Dla niewtajemniczonych, bo format jest skomplikowany. Sobie możemy. Już wam wszystko, moi drodzy. A więc wygląda to tak. A to w ten sposób, że mamy na starym UI, bo się boję, że wiesz, że się coś strzani. W ogóle nie jestem za cicho, za głośno do gry. Przepraszam. A więc czat, wygląda to wszystko w ten sposób, że jedziemy, jesteśmy podzieleni. Mógłbym ja być głośniej? No dobra. Nie, niemożliwe. Wydaje mi się, że jest ok, czy nie? Teraz, aha, przepraszam, bo gra podgłosiłem. No dobrze, jedziemy. Jesteśmy podzieleni na grupy, jadą 22 zespoły, jesteśmy podzieleni na grupy. Pierwsza grupa jedzie swój wyścig, druga grupa jedzie swój wyścig. Po 11 zespołów. I najlepsze 5 zespołów przechodzi do ćwierćfinału. I co nie przejdą, jadą jeszcze wyścig drugiej szansy i z tego wyścigu drugiej szansy kolejne 2 zespoły przychodzą. Czyli tak, z jednej grupy 5 zespołów, z drugiej grupy 5 zespołów i z wyścigu ostatniej szansy 2 zespoły. W sumie mamy 12 zespołów w ćwierćfinale. I potem już jest sprawa prosta. Z ćwierćfinału z 12 zespołów przechodzi 6 do półfinału. Z tych 6 w półfinale przechodzą 2 do finału. Jasne, jasne. Punktacja, jedzie 3 kierowców w każdym zespole, ale tylko 2 najlepszych zdobywa punkty. I punktacja jest taka, że co pozycja jest 1 punkt, więc bardzo ważne, żeby mieć 2 punktujących kierowców. Jak będzie tak, że jeden wygra, a drugi jest gdzieś tam z tyłu stawki, czy tam no 2 pozostałych jest z tyłu stawki, to niestety raczej się nie awansuje gdzieś tam dalej do następnego etapu. Także ważne, żeby wiecie, jakoś przeżyć. Okay, I think briefing is starting. Faktycznie coś się rozjechało. Pójdźcie, że kamerkę zrestartuję. Nie rozumiem, czemu ona się tak rozjeżdża. No, muszę wrócić. Tam z powrotem. O, teraz jest lepiej. No dobra. Idziemy na briefing. Chcę wam pokazać jakieś fajne kółko jeszcze w międzyczasie. Nikodema W. Reaguję tu lekko.
We're just waiting one more second for Ricardo, and then here he is. Cool. Yeah, I mean, warm welcome again, day 2 of ERWC. I mean, yesterday we saw the first chapter of the whole thing, and yeah, I can say we learned a lot, and we had good fun, and it was a tough evening and a tough night afterwards, but overall we are really happy with the outcome. I think the whole thing was received well by the community. So this was a very good start. And yeah, big thanks to all of you who shared posts and who just supported us so heavily. Also the teams, of course, who were also really pushing. And yeah, let's keep this up for the next 2 days. Today we are on R Factor. Some of you are new for today. Most of you were already here yesterday. This is a very exciting thing about the format, that we have a switch here and some changes. So I'm really looking forward to this. New challenge for sure, R Factor 2 with its specialities, I would say. We have the guys from P1 Gaming in Germany who are dealing with the servers around Ricardo's crew. So thanks for supporting us also in the past hours already with telling us what works or what worked or not worked. So I think we are pretty much ready to go now. And maybe one point regarding the regulations, where we made a small update. I would say that we clarified the penalty point situation, where in the first version of the regulations we had this thing that we have sort of a pattern or a certain scheme to give them out with 1 and then 5 and 10 and so on. So those are now flexible for race control. So depending on the incident, they can hand out penalty points. I think this was proved yesterday that
Martin
this
Stefanko,
is the best way to cope with this format, with the
Daniel
short races
Lafuente.
and so on, that we then have a chance to penalize things that are happening. Some teams were not happy with certain decisions, which is let's say always the case. So I'm sorry for that. If anybody feels offended or not treated right, we will try to have the learnings incorporated into today and tomorrow. On the other hand, I mean, you know how it is.
To są
the
nasze
good thing is
hity.
that we have race control.
Podział na
I
grupy
mean, there are
teraz w tych pierwszych wyścigach.
so many series out there or big events where you can just punt someone else and put them off and nothing happens. Yeah, so this is not so much the case here. But are we always right? Probably not. Are the people in Formula One always right? Definitely not. So we are trying our best. I mean, this is what we do. And feel free to complain and to give us your feedback anytime. But also, please be aware that we are only humans and just work as hard as you do to be successful. We want to create a great event. Pretty much this is everything from my end. Maybe if you have any questions, again, just post them as usual in your team channel or in the general chat. We try to help as good as possible. And our race director again is Michael Hamlet with his Stewart's team. Michael, some words from you.
Thank you, Florian. Very good evening, everybody. For those of you who were racing yesterday, good to speak to you again. For those of you who weren't, and your first race in the ERWC, a warm welcome to the briefing ahead of the R Factor 2 night tonight. So racing at Silverstone. Main thing to highlight, just for those of you who were racing yesterday and it's different today, is that the qualifying sessions in the event today are 5-minute qualifying sessions, not the 10 that you had yesterday. That was
Taki price pool za
a specific
poszczególne
change that was
dnie
made
dla zespołów.
yesterday for ACC, where the sessions were 10 minutes, but they are 5-minute qualifying sessions today. I don't really have too much to cover really, but I do just want to touch upon the point that Florian made regarding those penalty points.
Taki jest za
From
całe 3 dni ścigania,
stewarding
skoro końcował
side,
klasyfikację.
the penalty points is a far more consistent penalty measure to be applied. It's one that applies to the team. This is obviously
Taka jest punktacja za poszczególne dni. Wczoraj zajęliśmy P9.
team, but this is a team game. This is not an individual driver's thing. Everything is based entirely on the team. So when a driver of the team makes an mistake causing a collision, the team needs to be penalized for the actions of said driver. Penalty points is something that will fairly do this, and also it's consistent across all 3 of the simulators that are being used. Penalties that maybe you can apply in ACC maybe cannot be applied in R Factor 2, maybe cannot be applied in iRacing in the same consistent manner. penalty points is something that, with these very short, intense formats, is something that is really easily to be applied consistently across each of the races and across each of the simulators, which is why you would have seen yesterday that where penalties were given, they were given as penalty points, and that will continue to be the case throughout this evening when they are required, and again tomorrow in iRacing.
Tak wygląda
In terms of
klasyfikacja
the
jak na razie.
format, I really pushed yesterday to for everyone to be patient and understanding as we went through each of the races. Quite a lot of work involved yesterday with ACC trying to build the entry list and stuff. So I really want to thank you at this point for the understanding of patience during that time. I appreciate we did go a little bit, we did fall behind the schedule yesterday. So thank you very much for your understanding of patience during that. Hopefully this evening will run even smoother. Second time we've done this, different platform as well. So hopefully we can run a little bit tighter to the schedule. That's everything I really need to add. I'll now pass over to Ricardo in case he has any notes to cover. Thank you.
Yeah, warm welcome from me as well. Good evening, everyone. Just a few quick notes about R Factor, etc.
No, Pupina na pewno w zasięgu.
We will have two servers, ERWC server 1
Ty
and
że lepszy
server
na
2.
ACC,
For now,
widzisz.
for the heats, heat 1 will be on
wyszła na jaw.
server 1, heat 2 will be on server 2, so please connect accordingly with your own livery. Please make sure that you choose the correct livery while joining. Then we will have the last chance qualifier race. This will be held on server 2. So we want to see that, or we would like to see that everyone switches servers accordingly as soon as the message about who's in the qualifier race, who's not, who's gone through to the quarterfinals, that we can have the drivers on the servers as soon as possible, please. Other than that, I think everything has been said. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And that would be it from my side so far.
Yeah, thank you, guys. One final thing from my end, and this is again not race related. I mean, the whole thing, or the whole idea behind this tournament is to do something new and to do it a bit more like esports. Yeah, and I just liked or loved the fact that you were really up to it, and we really got it done. And I think then we had the drama, let's say, in the finals race and so on. So we really managed to achieve this goal, yeah, to a certain degree. And I'm really grateful for this. And I can just say it's exhausting, but we are fired up and pumped up to turn this evening also into a big success. And as I've said yesterday, let's have some fun out there. I mean, it's still supposed to be an enjoyable event, and so keep this in mind. And I thank you a lot and wish you all the best and good luck. And let's have a great evening together of racing, and then we'll see who will win. Good luck.
No i okej. Dobra, to wchodzimy zaraz z powrotem na serwer. To jeszcze jedną rzecz skończę.
Can you join the server?
I haven't tried yet.
Can't even close the game.
No, po prostu daleko, bo niestety na ACC za bardzo im nie szło, no. He has no password?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Hmm.
But I think it's not working, right?
Yeah, I can join.
Running server. Okay, so we'll wait.
Does it matter what order we join in terms of where we are in the pit box?
Yeah, it does. But I'm not exactly sure how it works.
Now it says invalid server details.
No niestety, nie działczy. Ostatnio tak gadaliśmy właśnie z Nikodemem, kiedy coś w skinie zmieniał, ale mi się podoba to malowanie. A wiem, może takie być. No właśnie, refaktor. Teraz mi się chyba w ogóle gra zawiesiła.
Okay, now I can see the server.
Działa rzeczywiście. No nie wiedziałem, czy przechodzić na nowe UI, czy nie. Stwierdziłem, że chyba... Ale zawiesiło się dlatego, że próbowałem wejść na serwer, który nie istniał chyba. Zobaczymy.
I would say when they will switch to the race, it will be hard to put the good amount of fuel.
Yeah, true. Depends how much time we have.
I think 35 seconds, right?
I calculated I need 41 liters for the race, plus formation lap, so 44, let's say.
41? Do you think it will be 11 laps, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Might not be 11 laps. With my pace, it probably wouldn't be, but you know,
Mhm.
we're very, very close.
And you had 50 something at the end, your tires?
Yep.
Oh my god.
A dzięki, Kuba. Co, nie jedziesz dzisiaj?
So I need to start on mediums.
You didn't try them?
Yeah, I've tried.
For how many laps?
7.
Yeah, so why not 11?
Because I crashed and I had 45%.
After the crash or before?
After.
To
But
jest
still, I
zamknięty
mean-
w razie czego, więc jak coś pokazuje, to jest bez znaczenia.
Doesn't look good for my tire wear.
Kto tam dzisiaj od was jedzie? W Karbonie? Jakby overlay działał, to już by było genialnie.
But for sure, I will have much less during the race.
No, overlay, halo. Jest, udało się, brawo.
Was it like normal F1? Was it DRS from lap 3 or?
I can use DRS everywhere, by the way.
Because it's practice. In quali it's supposed to be only in the zones.
Well, but it's a check.
Yeah, for sure. No dobra. To jadą. Pierwszy pomiar. I have the latest possible pitbox, perfect.
You mean first or last?
Closest to the exit, so
Okay,
like
nice.
good for me.
I think I'm like middle.
Keep an eye what your fuel consumption is so that you know how much fuel to put in for the race.
3.7. I mean, let's count. One team is red line. The second one, it will be a burst, I think. The third may be for Zilla.
Biancarilla is for Zilla, right?
No, I don't think so.
Is he?
No. It's like Balash something.
Oh, but I think his teammates are nowhere near.
Do we have Veloce or not?
No.
Nope. I want to see how the winners from yesterday do.
Unicorns.
I was expecting them to be like last.
No, they've got some RF2 guys, I think, from what I saw before. People that normally don't race for them. They should make a rule where if you haven't driven a few races for a team before the event, you cannot like suddenly join the team for this event. na takie żałosne kółko to nie taki zły ten czas i pozycja.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of rules they should implement.
A na racing to jedzie Kuba od was? Czy... no Łuczak na pewno, tak?
By the way, how they gonna know who has got the drive-through penalty or any penalty?
I don't know, why?
Yeah, for example, because of the start, you
But
can.
if they set the server to black flags without DQ, then it won't matter. I don't know if they did or not though.
Yesterday was showing on the broadcast.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because on ACC you can see that, but
I mean, it's the same in Le Mans, where they removed drive.
yeah, but you need to post that in the Discord chat. So
Kwali za chwilkę. Źle przejechałem. Czegoś innego spróbowałem, ale ewidentnie to nie działa. A, 2 dychy prawie urwałem, jedną pozycję zyskałem. To niezłe jaja. Tam mnie rzuca bardzo na tej tarce w Magos Beckett. Miałem spróbować takie troszkę inaczej wziąć, ale po prostu tam chyba musi rzucać. No, jak się jeździ zazwyczaj
we
GTK-ami,
got not even one tier to P1 and P5.
to ciężko bardzo się przestawić na te bolidy. Tu kops bez odjęcia prawie walisz. Tor Poznań, no.
Well, it should be now, right?
Pora konfiguracji.
Yeah, in 3 minutes.
Dajcie mi Marcos Beckes jeszcze przejechać, no. Ajajaj. Okay, good luck, check your set.
Good luck.
Look.
For me, fuel is okay, but steering clock isn't and everything else.
For me, fuel is okay.
For me, it wasn't. I mean, it was, but I click arrow and it went.
Red's on the exit. Shall we go now or wait for the rubber?
Yeah, true.
I'm going now.
But I'm out very early, so I can have 2 tries more or less.
I just want to change track. And
I might be able to just get 2 runs in.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, rest only in the zones. Not in the second zone though, only in the first one. Actually, I'm not sure.
yep.
Nie ma źle. Dobra, na ludzie zdążę 2 wyjazdy, zajebiście. 7 aż jestem. Kurde. Byłem mogę zbekać bardzo. Nikodem urwie. Nie, ale mógł zrobić po pomiary, to są jeszcze. Aha, co jestem, no. O, na powtórce. Okej,
Not bad.
can go from there.
Oh my god. I put neutral gear. So, yeah.
My setup was 8, and then I clicked the arrow and it went to full tank. So I had to go all the way down.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you before. Like, it can show you 8, but it's full tank anyway.
Also I had full tank.
So now 45? Sorry, 42?
Bit
What?
more.
No, 44 at least. 45.
44?
41 for 11 laps with 3.7 consumption. Plus formation lap. 40.7 exactly for 11 laps with 3.7 consumption.
So yeah, 45 should be enough.
It's stupid with 5 minutes, like a few people will get 2 rounds and rest don't. Co ja robię?
Yeah, I think second lap's big advantage. You have delta. So Biancorilla teammate P29, P32.
P20 or P29?
29, 32.
Nice.
So that means that 4 people are missing as well.
So who is in front? Red line, burst.
Rockets.
Who?
Rockets in sport maybe? It's close with Rockets in sport.
Yeah,
Who is
Ibrahim
Rocket?
Khan. Yeah, he's from Rocket.
Yeah, P4, P15 and P19, so they're a bit behind.
Oh, I'm not on Zoom, fuck.
Yeah, me too, fuck.
Yeah, I think we are P3 at the moment.
I think he's in briefing, right? Are we on Zoom, Michael?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Thank god I remembered.
Where is the link?
In the briefing, in the PDF. It's in useful information. Channel is called useful information.
Okay.
Uff, uratowane. Okay, going to race. Yeah, very little time to adjust the setup.
Oh, fuel is all good.
Not for me.
Fuel is good for me.
So it's full formation lab, right?
Yeah. Okay, I had 9 seconds left when I clicked everything as fast as possible.
Yeah. I mean, this. I don't know if this is full grid.
So, I didn't explain it to you, Michael, but it will go green and you can overtake anyone you want. Doesn't matter your line or not your line.
Okay. Well, Nico is right in front of me anyway, so not gonna risk. I'll just try to keep the rockets behind.
Oh yeah. We're in a decent position, just survive.
What map you gonna run for the race? 12, 13?
I think I'll go 14, yeah, at the beginning.
So it just goes from this screen to green flag straight away.
Yes, no warning, nothing.
Oh.
Tires will be a bit cold. Be aware.
First gear, right?
Warm up your brakes a bit.
Oh, someone crashed. Oh, rocket same spot.
Really?
Yeah.
You can go through cars on ACC on the formation lab, so maybe someone
Yeah.
forgot.
Yeah.
It's really useful that you can
Yeah.
go through the orders in ACC. Not saying about pit stop because it's obvious, but
But it's not realistic.
Other factor 2 is realistic.
Yes.
Okay, good luck. We need
Good luck.
just some points.
Yesterday, Michael, people were stupid aggressive in the mid-pack, just dive bombing everywhere, so just be careful.
Yeah, green flag will still be on the main straight, right? Or
You might be in the corner.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Let's survive.
It hasn't gone green? What the fuck? Co tu się najebało?
Okay, all good. All people dead, so we are very good position.
they're not gonna restart for that.
They might. I overtook the people that crashed before the start, but I mean, I couldn't do anything else.
Yeah, I mean, we went full throttle way before.
Yeah. Co on tak wolno jedzie? Paliwa nie zlał?
Seems like no restart.
That's good for us.
The lap was a 1:31.17.
Rietveld in P4 is really slow, so be careful. I think he's on full tank or something.
Thank you. Just be careful, Michael, because people are struggling in front.
Yeah, see.
That was a 1:30.54.
To nie Martin, to... To zdublowany Ibrahim Khan, któremu kółka nie zaliczyła z jakiegoś powodu.
The lap was a 1:30.58.
No, ale to bez znaczenia dla nas. Ale nie lubię po tych targach jeździć, boję się ich.
That was a 1:30.70.
How many warnings can we get?
I think 3.
2 or 3.
Okay.
The lap was a 1:30.57.
Niebieskie, bo za mną jedzie zdublowany. Ibrahim Khan, któremu kółka nie zaliczyło.
Siggy space.
Yeah. Because I'm driving like a pussy in P2.
The lap was a 1:30.92.
Miło pan dublowany nam zjechał z drogi. Proszę, ale kalecze. O, jakby mocno tego autem go puścił. Dobrze, że strefy DRS tutaj nie ma.
That was a 1:31.16.
No i klasa. O Jezus, ale nie lubię tak jechać.
Oh, we won the round. Nice.
Yeah. My driving was so bad, oh my god. I'm really scared of the curbs in Bagos and Beckett's. I need to figure it out before quarterfinal. So Biancolila went before green flag, which I mean technically it doesn't say anywhere that he can't. Oh, what happened to Biancolila, by the way? We finished 25th. No to jest DLC do R-Factora 2. Formuła Pro się nazywa.
I wasn't even fighting with the guys in front. What was the point?
Yeah, of course. I guess because the guy right behind me was Ibrahim Khan. He like, oh yeah, he just added a lap to him, so he finished P3. Remember, you need to do an in lap. Dziękuję, Pupan.
Not completed.
Yeah, it says in the regs you need to complete the in lap.
Of 0.9. How much
Yeah,
tires
just-
did you have?
I've got freaking loads because I was not pushing 62% front left.
55.
Yeah.
I picked up light blue damage, I think, which is fine.
At the right side I have 75 and the left side I have 50.
Yeah. I've got 76 right side. So, yeah. Tak, no zaraz obejrzymy sobie repa. Do ćwierćfinału teraz chwilkę poczekamy sobie. How much fuel did you put in for the start, Michael?
45.
Oh, okay. So I've got a lot more fuel than you.
I have 2.5 liters.
I've got 1.1 now.
Yeah, you technically did a little bit less distance.
Yeah, but well done. We can do, repeat that next round and be in the semis.
I don't get what happened in the start. There was people dying already in formation. Like, it's not that difficult.
Yeah,
But yeah, still there were no green flag. But
because
we were on
because the leader just went really early and people spun, so I guess the game just got confused, didn't know. But like in other sims, sometimes you like in iRacing you don't wait for the green flag to go on the flying start, right? The leader just goes whenever he wants after the pace car pulls in, correct? So
Yeah.
in RF2 you generally wait for the green flag, but like it's a multi-sim championship, so like how are people supposed to know that it didn't say anything in the rules? So
I mean, I think leader going on the yellow is fine, but what actually caused the crash? Was it that? People just spinning.
I think Jerney Simoncic saw Biancolila accelerate, got surprised, and just stomped on the throttle and spun, and he was like P5
Yeah.
or something, and that just caused chaos.
Yeah. It was perfect because everyone went on the outside and we all just went past on the inside. But I swear I saw at least 2 people DNF on the formation lap.
Yeah, I guess this is what you get with multi-platform championships. Like the idea is good, but I think they should make it so that maybe just have less teams and only teams that actually have drivers on all those platforms. I don't know how that would work, but don't allow people to just have their first ever RF2 race today.
Yeah. Well, I hope get 2 laps in quali. Will be even better.
Zobaczmy, co się stało.
I mean, if we won this, we should be into semis. Do the same job.
To jest Formuła Pro. Like in this championship, if you can like just avoid all those silly mistakes, don't crash into people on the formation lap, don't start with full tank by accident, like then yeah, already have the success. Kolejne ściganie, no właśnie, już wam mówię, czat. Kolejne ściganie. Zaraz sobie obejrzymy w
Front wing
ogóle.
can go under your car.
Front wing? I've never seen it go under your car. I mean, technically it could, I guess.
Someone said.
Let's see. Nie, to jest wymyślony bolid, po prostu z silnikiem
It's
V10.
weird when someone like Mitchell, who has a lot of RF2 experience, is caught out by this bug.
Fakt życia, że mnie tu nie zabili, nie? I'm showing the replay on my stream if you want to have a look what happened. Jarnej się zabił, przez co się Ibrahim też zabił. No nie przez to, tylko z siebie. No i potem poszło. Zobaczmy na chłopaków z tyłu, jak to wyglądało. Tu Michael.
O, teraz ja.
To was you or Michael?
That's Nico.
Okay. Oh, that's me. Okay, that was easy enough.
Yeah. Can you see after in cops on the formation lap? Some I rocket sims were died. I think it was the guy who was starting P19.
Oh. Oh, he just... What the fuck?
Yeah.
Kazanie pedałów. Just went full throttle and spun. Okay. Right, so who advanced? That's the question. Niezłe jaja. No dobra, puśćmy sobie Prima VCO.
If
Nie wiem czemu green flag po T2 się pojawiło. Nie kumam. Potem się pojawił nagle.
who has no idea about these things that are just so simple, but if you don't understand it, you lose so much time.
And it's something I think tomorrow we'll hopefully see rolling starts, even in a supercar, which usually you would see a standing start in, but again, a car like that, there are ways to get it off the line. Someone like Simon Feigl that competed in the
Aha, właśnie, nie spojrzałem co zmian Kolilo.
series might be at a bit of an advantage with, we'll wait and
Jeszcze wejdę i
see.
zobaczę.
While we wait, Lewis, let's talk about stuff going on in the real world. Of course, the Rolex 24 is this weekend. We had the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona last weekend. Over 15,000
Aha, następny wyścig, bo teraz będzie jechał drugi hit i potem jedzie jeszcze wyścig drugiej szansy. My ćwierćfinał jedziemy o 20:35.
Heartwarming story for all, of course. A couple of years ago had a horrific crash at the Pocono Speedway. Is now not just back in racing, he's back on the podium.
Yeah, I remember seeing Wickens when he was racing back in DTM, and that obviously a fantastic driver. Great to see him when he was racing over an IndyCar. Looks like a promising young talent, and yeah, I know it's obviously the cliche thing, but an IndyCar champion at some point. Of course, we all kind of speak of that. Very unfortunate what happened, but great to see getting back on form, finding it again, you know, obviously getting used to how things have changed, how things are different, and finding the nuances in that. That is not an easy thing, regardless of circumstance of change in your life. So it is honestly such a heartwarming story, and you kind of get the feeling that it's one of those things that surely is going to even get better and better. There's more to this story. It's not just as if you've opened it up and gone, he's got a podium. Cool, that's a nice story to tell the kids in 10 years' time. There's more to it. This tale is not done.
It's funny you mentioned about the kids, because it was recently announced that him and his wife, Carly Wickens, are ready to expect a child. So congratulations to Rob on more than one front. But one thing that I think is really cool, Luke, is the fact that not only is he partnered with a team at Brian Hutter Auto,
Is it allowed to join spectator in Heat 2 and see quality times, etc.? Alright, okay. Because they never show quality times on the broadcast.
of spread out. They all try 2 or 3, and that's why this competition, especially now, is interesting, because most teams can field a good team for 2 sims, and there's the 3rd sim. Everyone has that 3rd sim, and they're like, yeah, we're not too sure on that one. Redline had it with ACC, whilst we know their strengths on rFactor 2 and on iRacing. Less so with ACC. A couple of teams that have it the other way around, Unicorns of Love and Netrex. Great on ACC, great on rFactor 2, bit of an unknown in iRacing. And I love that that's the position that we have, where there's not really any major teams on there that are just like, we have the super team, we have one team that is good on all 3 platforms, and that's what we're here to find out.
You'll commentate on anything they'll let you. That's
Yeah,
the way it really is. You've had a busy day as well, commentating on some other VCO esports action with the Apex Hunters Endurance League, put on by Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Foster, local kind of community league for those in Oceania. Luke, I'm now going to ask you, though, about your experiences with sim racing and how it's let you transition to commentate on some real-world motorsport stuff in the last couple of years.
Oh wow, where do I begin? It was all by accident. I don't know, I was sim racing to a relatively good level, and when I was involved, there just wasn't really any prizes worth, you couldn't really make a living from it. So I was like, how can I make a living? So I started talking over a PlayStation 4 racing league on Project Cars back in the day, and they picked me up. Project Cars let me do their esports, and just snowballed really from there, working with loads of different organizations. I've got my own racing organization, ACR, which has now over 10,000 drivers signed up to it, and we run across so many different platforms. It's just really busy. And then with COVID, as much as it's been horrendous for the world, it was my big opportunity. It really was, because I did the DTM Esports Race from Home Challenge, where I again commentated on drivers.
Widzicie, komentatorzy teraz przedłużają, bo oni chyba tutaj ogarniają teraz te wyniki, co tu się stało. Jest mała obsuwa.
Elsewhere, British Rallycross, I've done the Lotus Cup Europe, Porsche Carrera Cup now, I've done some open wheel formulas as well. It's just been, it's a complete accident. It really is. I was an engineer within the NHS for 14 years. Wasn't particularly a fan of my job. It was horrendous, but then I get to do this. Like, it feels like you're stealing a living every day. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm a massive sim racing fan. Like, I would be watching this at home if I wasn't a part of it. Very similarly to motorsport in general. So it's been a massive journey, and I'm just never going to take it for granted. Just very thankful for the opportunities I've been given.
Yeah, it's not just the drivers that can transition. For example, you commentated on Maritz Lohner, who's gone from virtual to competing in that DTM trophy, but hopefully for us as well. While things get sorted out behind the scenes, not just with race control and the results from Heat 1, but what's going to happen in Heat number 2, we're going to take a short break here on VCO Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat number 2.
Someone's driving with a VR headset. Yeah.
Logging enabled.
I think RF2 is bound to have more delays than yesterday. More delays because of the game. Let's build new UI.
No, przepraszam, byłem wyciszony. Wyglądałem z Michaelem. Nic się nie dzieje na razie czat na streamie, także pojeździmy sobie. Poćwiczmy to Maggots i Beckets. How much do you use the curbs in Maggots and Beckets? The last two corners, left-hander and right-hander?
Only red and white. Because
Okay.
otherwise you spin out.
Yeah, because I was losing so much time there.
Yeah, I think most important is keep fourth gear on the last part.
Do you go to fifth in the race for the left-hander?
Yeah, fifth and fourth for the last corner.
Okay.
Back.
Heat 2 is starting.
Dobra, to zaraz wam pokazuję.
Log building finished.
In the Formula Pro Series. So it seems, at least for now, we know how
Yeah, there
crazy
is
starts get,
3
a
teams
little
in
bit
top
more
7.
clear cut.
Yeah, RAG need a big day today. They finished yesterday P6
Arsenal
overall.
on
Again,
pole.
not the worst result in the world, but again, they need a big result today going into tomorrow.
Erhan P2.
Veloce are the big surprises here. Isaac Gillison is very, very good at multiple different sims. He's one of those drivers that whatever you put him on, he's very, very good, which is very rare in 2022 within sim racing.
Yeah, Redline,
10 years
Veloce,
ago, not
and
so much.
BS,
Right
right?
now, it's very difficult to be good across multiple, especially at the top level.
Yeah, RAG.
And BS competition finished P4 yesterday. They again, the pressure really is off people like Veloce and BS. But in terms of
That's
R8,
funny.
they need to have a
Where's
really good
Triton?
result here. Jean Lacey Esports, they finished 10th yesterday, which again is still not a bad result considering there's 22 of the best teams in the world
Dominic is
racing
19th.
this weekend. But they
Maciek is
need a big
12th.
result today to really go into tomorrow with a genuine
Dzięki za
chance.
suba, Paweł.
Look at Mirror Esports as well. Gogo Baldi, David Noj, Zoltan Siuti, all in that
Kuba is
little bit,
23rd.
between
So
11th
will be
and
difficult for them.
17th. So could be a good day for the team of Norbert
What's
Mischus as
possible?
well as,
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Buffalo
in
Motorsports
top
car as
10
well,
there are
who
like
rose
3 teams
back
and
Yeah, that is true.
inside the top 20. Let's
No, Polacy
see
rodacy
how
nie
things
jeżdżą na
get
RF-y
underway
zazwyczaj,
here.
no to
Remember, go on the green,
mają
do not
ciężary,
go
tak jak my
in
mieliśmy
crash.
wczoraj.
Don't make the same mistakes as Manuel Biancalilla, the all R8G front row as Marcel Cincic
Wait, John
takes
Desvier's
the
crashed,
from
right?
Varga over to R8G. Starts
said he pitted on
alongside
the
the
formation.
two-time
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
GT Pro Series champion. The green flag's in the air.
Oh
and
my
there's
God.
already carnage in the background. Oh my goodness, can't accept that. Charcot, definitely one of those that was taken out in all of that chaos. There's more drama in the background running up through turn 2 as everyone will try and pick their way through. BS competition to the inside. BS competition go for the half spin.
3 crashes already. in sector 1.
Very not nice.
Have
Yes.
been one going for a spin just in the background as there's more side by side. I think it's Jordi's Viz who's
Keep the camera on the leaders.
Either way, the two R8Gs are leading 1-2 and there's more chaos.
Yeah, the BS competition team are capitulating right before our very own eyes because they've just lost both drivers outside of the top 10, I think. Once the timing sorts itself out, I'm sure it was anyway.
There's a small chance with all the carnage and setup issues and stuff that a good team doesn't advance into quarters.
He needed to, right? If he
Yeah,
can't
I mean,
guarantee having backup
we don't
from
even know
anyone
who's
else with
advanced
how
from
these
sheet
race
one.
starts
Yeah,
make
they haven't
split
filled the
with
form yet.
blockade drivers, it just gives them a chance to
Magic
make
the
it
at.
forward towards the front two.
Aye, aye, aye.
RHG, yeah, massive start here. P1, P2. That's what you would have expected, of course. Shinzik's, of course, going to get out to the lead, and you would expect Yayovsky then to just back up the pack, just to get a nice enough gap so that he's not going to be under any pressure through the slipstream. But yeah, another crazy start, and actually it was the Logitech G Altus car that made it 4 wide here off Pfeffer that actually caused a massive pile-up.
Red line was P1 and what?
It wasn't a dirty move by him at all, but 4 wide.
I don't know, because I think both Jeffrey and Enzo had full tanks.
Yeah, I know.
But he's gone from P
He was struggling so much.
Maybe they didn't advance.
P12 or now P11.
So at least
Ridiculous start from him.
if I was
Zoltan Suti has gone around his outside and got to the inside, running around side by side.
then
Suti
they
is
were at
normally
least outside of
one of
top
those
10.
drivers that's tagged with and tasked in North
Because he
Michigan's
was-
squad of
You were behind him like for like
WTCRs within
4 laps.
the Quick Pursuit
Yeah,
Racing
I couldn't
series,
get
now
past.
taking on a Formula Pro,
Because
and
he was
clearly,
decently
absolutely
fast in the
loving it,
straight.
has had plenty of,
Oh, come on, with
experience, you know, from
133
Williams,
liters.
showing that past
Yeah.
experience as well.
He didn't
Tobias
have really much
Pfeffer,
confidence
one
to
of our
pass.
race
I mean, you
winners
Yeah,
but still, you-
yesterday is going side by
you
side with
didn't
one of
need
the
to
Triton
anyways.
cars, Dominic Blyer. Zoltan Suti still side by side with him. He's had a great start to rise his way up the order and do love that.
I went side by side with Jeffrey entry to Margaret's Beckett and almost went off because I wanted to get past him before the proper corners.
Going to be sent off the road ever so slightly there with Zoltan Suti. He's going to drag his teammate through. Well, if there's one thing that we know about Mirrors Esports, oh, I think it was Antunes, or no, one of the Arnage competition cars that was spun around in the background. This is madness. The only place where it's calm is at the front.
Yeah, I don't think Antunes was even in the race at that stage, to be fair.
No, I
We've
think
got
he
Mo
was
Albert, Antunes and Lozenord, 3 huge names all out of this race, and Sharkot. So the 4 drivers out of this race are huge names in the world of sim racing, and that opens up opportunities for drivers up ahead. Baldy, look at Baldy for Mirror Esports, P7 now,
P14
taking full advantage of people making
P15
mistakes here, and we've got the
but that's
velocity.
without
yeah, so they made it.
Payich now P12.
Yeah, Payich has got plenty of experience within this car. Let's see what happens. So BPM getting a little bit of a tag on the rear end from the Carbon Sim Sports car, the number 36.
I
Bit of
think
a
he
spin
lost
and a
it,
big one.
Lewis. I think he'd already lost it. I don't think there was a tag there at all. The Carbon Esports car just couldn't avoid it. There was no contact.
No,
before
Kubol
the
nie
rear
żyje
was stepping
niestety.
out.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily. I will say I'm not sure where the contact model is for the rear diffuser. So there is that. But either way, I kind of say 50-50 on that one. I'd need
Okay.
to see it again if I were going to take some decent judgment. Either way, just in the background there is Zoltan Suti. I think you might well have given the commentator's curse a little bit there to Gergo Bowdy, who's dropped back a few positions. Let's see once again as we ride on board with Carbon Sim Sports, carrying a lot of speed in. Yeah, that's definite contact, just a little bit.
Yeah, my bad. Good to see that replay once again, just to get that clarified. And
Dominic in 10th already.
Esports again yesterday were
Let's go.
involved in a fair few incidents, and again, seems like the same is happening here today. Not ideal, but there is that second chance qualifier.
They
for
have a
them
chance.
to
Maciek
go
is back
through
to
again.
P18.
We've got now, well, Mirror Esports
no,
still doing
Casper
pretty
Stokes.
well.
8 DNS.
Oh, big spin,
Yeah.
big spin there, and that definitely looked like contact that time.
Yeah, Casper Stoltz going off. It's not going well for Jean Lace Esports. I might have cursed them. They had a great
Well, there's
qualifying,
crashes every
not a
corner.
great start to the race. Now Casper Stoltz has lost more
Was it?
pace.
I don't think it was
more
that bad in
time.
our
His,
race, was
teammate
it?
Jordi's Viz, who's dropped down into
I mean, people
top
crashed
five.
before the start,
Was
so I guess it was,
qualified
but
right up the order,
It was
so
just like
really
one
not
crash.
very good. Very messy couple of races. A bit of 3 wide through the middle. and
Oh my god, they just keep switching to more
was
crashes,
that
what the
going
fuck?
to work? Because it pretty much definitely wasn't this one. That one, Heiko Colvin back. Really not a wise move. Down to 21st he goes. Very much a shame for BPM, who are running a little bit stronger in this race, trying to challenge on
Seems
the
like
back
Altus
end
will advance as
of the
well.
top 10. Race control have got a lot of work to do after this race, because this has been very messy. Race 1 was a bit chaotic, more from the early stage drama. This is more chaotic based on the wheel-to-wheel combat, where we're just not seeing the level of respect we'd expect to see from a grid of this quality.
This is much better today when you can see team logos on the live timing.
Never going to work. I think he absolutely nailed the apex.
still don't know half
two
of the
cars on the
teams,
outside
but-
that both panicked and had contact
Sorry?
with each other.
I still
think
don't know
Tigers
what half
produced
of the
a
teams are.
miraculous
Yeah, true,
mistake
but at least
to
gives you an
head
idea.
on board with the 2 leaders here, and look at this, Dreamland, right? they don't need to be worried about anything at this stage of the race. Baldwin in P3 is very much the same here. Dinez, who's currently in P4, has got Tayan in P7 as well. So right now, RHG.
But to be honest,
Veloce,
when
BS
the viewers see races like that, he has got no idea about who is.
Yeah, imagine you just
who,
tune in now,
yeah.
like, what is going on and like what.
Some race,
Yeah.
he too, but what?
But
it's like, how do you explain a format like that? Like, you can't show anything like constantly on the screen to explain it.
Has he got one driver up in
Oh,
the
there are
top
some standings on the
20%?
sheet.
So Effa does need a little bit of help here.
So,
What a drive from
well,
him,
it's
by
not
the
in
way.
order, but
P20 up to P8,
it's
he's
us,
still
Red Line,
travelling. He's got 5 left
Balas,
who made that a really nice
Oh, yeah.
overtake earlier on.
Rocket didn't make
Gibson
it.
just trying to keep Dinez
No,
honest
Rocket,
at this stage.
Apex,
But
Apex
Dinez
Racing
again,
Team and
they'll
Balas
be
are
in
tied on
contact with him
points
and
for
T, and they're
P3, so
going to be
let's
good here.
let's
Just don't make any
count.
mistakes, don't do
Yeah.
anything too
But
silly.
if
Gillison
teams
gets
are
really
tight,
close,
then
almost
the best
there to have,
result
right?
decides.
Yeah, no one really
Yeah,
needs
burst
to take
around
major
for
risks
now.
from those teams.
But
The
it doesn't
RF2s,
matter
the
because it's
Veloce, the
P3,
competitions, the
the
Mirrors,
3
and even,
teams
to
on
be fair,
P3,
I would
right?
say
So
the
Yeah,
Jalsi
yeah.
Esports,
3, 4, 5,
they're the
yeah.
ones that really
So
don't
burst
take
and
risks.
crossing
Luke
racing
Camelio's done a
second chance.
fantastic job to rise his way up the ranks, but unfortunately for Patrick
burst.
Long, the other
Yeah.
cars are
3
really
points.
Yeah, so
doing very
CB and
well.
Kolila won the
One
race
point,
actually because
already out of the race, if not, I know Pignataro,
they were showing me
was
it being
right
3.
down the orders for Pigney,
I just
a
got
one member
completely
of the
reset the
community
whole
Yeah.
table.
who's quite like, who has a bit of banter and stuff, and finished second.
And
Kolila won the race?
Podium
Yes.
in the Formula
I
Sim
think he
Racing
also got a
GP
penalty for
300,
jumping the start
a few
and
weeks
he was a
ago.
lap down the entire race, but then
This
they
is
added the lap at the end.
certainly not their race. It's Henry Drury who's a couple
Says
of
one
positions ahead of him
penalty for
in
Red Line.
21st. They are not going through even
Yeah,
despite
Enzo
Luke
Bonito.
D'Amelio's fantastic drive. John Lacey
I saw
Esports
that.
Academy, another team who have got a lot of pace and potential that just has not gone their way. Courtesy
And also
of
Marco
the
Page
contract
is
that has
some,
been dished out their way.
Taking too many chances though. A lot of teams
Yeah.
here taking well, as we see here, Jordy's Wire is trying to make a move as we come up towards Stowe Corner.
Okay, Mike
Has
is
the inside line here. Should
P14,
be pretty
Dominic
comprehensive, I
10.
would imagine. Late on the
So,
brakes.
they gonna
Good on
advance, I think.
P18. There we go. On the inside, we'll
Oh,
swing the car
Trito?
as far wide as
Mhm.
possible, grab a bit of curb on the exit.
Uh,
John is a good
oh, who is
but the
advancing?
teams that have
RHG,
taken chances here,
BS,
R8 didn't need to really.
Veloce,
didn't really need
yes.
to.
Altus,
Well, D'Amelio, by the way, has made himself up into P6.
the guy in P8,
BS,
and
they
then
don't
there's a
need
guy
to
like
really take too many
P15, so
chances.
they will
But
advance.
the teams that are, you know,
What about
in
the
and
guy in
amongst the top
P6?
10
That's
or
4
in
teams.
between the top 10 and top
Yeah, the
20,
guy in
they have to
P6
try and make
and
something
P21
happen.
and P23.
That's why
So
And
we've
yeah,
seen the
oh,
amount
so
of
not.
we've seen. A couple of teams yesterday, by just
What
keeping
about
their
Mira?
noses clean, managed to get as far as the semi-finals.
Bolton's
And
shooter is
you think
P9.
that everybody's watching the same races, right, from yesterday? Each one of these drivers knows exactly
And
how
David
things have
Nagy,
gone
yeah,
down
so
in
Triton is
terms
P6.
of how to get to the latter stages of the competition.
RIG,
It just doesn't seem like
BS,
people have actually taken too
Altus.
much, or paid much attention to that. And
Veloce.
they're
Veloce,
just
yeah,
running
yeah,
into the
okay.
grain, and it just doesn't work. So, yeah, qualifying is one thing, but
They have a
getting
chance.
those out
Maciek could
trouble
get,
and taking advantage of other people who are
David.
just pushing too hard is absolutely the way to go.
Yeah,
You never know.
it's, like I say, you've got to play the long game, which not
Yeah.
enough teams, not enough people.
Oh,
are
Dominic is up to
playing.
P9,
There's
see?
more issues
Al-
on top of
Altus
it.
dead.
Tobias Pfeffer has had an issue
Yep.
inside the top 10. Is this going to be that issue? We are looking at Tobias Pfeffer. Is this just going to be him dropping the rear end? Going
Just
to
like
the
that.
corner?
Oh, rip.
He just got onto the curb too much. This is going to be
So
a
now
monster
Triton
crash
will
out of
advance.
the barrier. I'm pretty sure he just got beached a bit
I mean,
too
that's
much.
good for
That
us.
car is done
Yeah.
from this race. He spins across the racetrack, comes to a stop, and escapes from it. That is a shame.
For them,
and that
because
does
Polska
confirm
górą.
Dzień
Yes.
as being out. Race
Very
control
much.
stepping in, Carbon Sport picking up a 2-point
Very many
penalty,
much.
added to their total. I mean, to be fair, that is not the only penalty we are going to see today. We're going to see quite a few more added to that list, I do believe.
Yeah, 100%. What happened there with Pfeffer is that the product of not being backed up by another driver, similarly to yesterday, having to push as hard as he can. He's effectively qualifying lap after qualifying lap, right, on the absolute limit. As soon as you're a little bit over the limit, especially when you're on a curb on the exit, such as that corner there, it's so easy to drop. And once you drop this car, you're not saving it, are you? It's done and dusted. So it's kind of a, you know,
I think if you stay on a setup page, then you don't need to change the fuel, because for me it works for
okay.
quali and for the race.
Can you maybe
Yeah,
get a
good
little
idea.
closer up the higher end of the field to help
What
me
I did
out?
was
So there's
just
a little bit
change
less
it on the
pressure me.
warm-up, and it stayed
You know,
like
it
that.
is a team event at this stage.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
a team event
Me
the whole
too.
stage, isn't it? You know, it's not just about that one driver.
Yeah, like I say, we are playing a team game for anyone who didn't join us yesterday.
But you
and,
still need to check
for
with the
anyone who
arrow,
didn't hear
because it
earlier on,
might say
the
otherwise.
explanation to how the points work is it's about the position you finish in.
Yeah, but
So
good thing is
Marcel
that you
Cincic,
can
Haniyovski,
press
they're
race
finishing first and
just to
second.
check,
Marcel Cincic
and
has
if
scored
everything's
1
correct,
point
you can
from
stay
this.
on the grid.
Onwards, I think,
But if it's not, you can just press
Arnold
escape
competition
and
car,
But you can just
Yeah,
press the arrow in the setup and check that way.
inside the top 10. Janis
What
Brakshock,
press?
a driver
Just
who
change
is
fuel by a
fantastic
single
over
click in the
is
setup and
another
that
one
will...
who's
Ah, yeah.
got here a large
That's
Yeah,
faster.
I've tried.
of
Yeah, I've tried that
DNFs
as well.
to add
But
to the list here in the second.
you said before that
Yes,
50
Cincic,
was in
1
the
point,
setup, but
2, Baldwin,
in the
3,
car it was
carry on like
140.
that, and it
Yeah,
is
but
the
if you
lowest
changed it by one
points
click, it wouldn't say
goes
50.
through.
It would jump
The
to
way the teams
130.
work,
Ah,
there's
okay.
3 cars
Okay, I
for
didn't know
each team. It's the top 2 cars from each. So whilst we've got
If we have
Cincic and
35
Janowski up
seconds
there,
again,
and whilst their
difficult to
teammates
do
a
a
bit
lot of
further
things.
back in the proceedings, Marco Loco down the back end of the top 30. His points don't really matter. It's just the first and seconds, they have 3 points. That's their top 2 drivers across those cars. And any penalty points added are added to the team.
I'm gonna
so
do some
car
laps.
will pick up a 2 penalty point. Despite their finishing positions, they have 2 points
Be right
added to that. So they finish essentially 2 places back from all of that. R8G, they are in a world of their own. Despite this being a fixed setup, I know our junior was saying it was maybe a little bit backwards about the fuel. That's just how it is in R-Factor 2. The fixed setup is fixed. You can adjust things like drivability, i.e. the brake bias and pressure and such, and steering rotation. Fuel, because of how it works, obviously they've got to qualify in this car. The qualifying, you want to put in 3-4 litres, whatever it is. The fuel, you have to work out yourself. Despite it being a fixed race, you know, it's 15 minutes. You've got to work out how much fuel you require for that 15-minute period.
Yeah, absolutely, and what's even better for them, and ironically, it's not good for Lozenord, is that he's not in the race. The only way he could affect their result right now is by getting penalties anyway. So the DNF for them is perfect. They'd be in 1-2, and their third car get penalties. But we saw yesterday that just by having your car in the race, in being the third car, it can affect whether you go through to the next stages, because they're in the mid-pack where you just don't want to be. So yeah, it's a really, really it's not a complicated format, it's a cool format, I would say, but there's just so many different avenues we have to look in to get our final result.
Well, let's look at the teams that are at the moment going through, because obviously we've got...
Well, look at Mira, by the way. They're now the 8th and 10th. Wow.
It's R8G, it's Veloce, it's BS Competition, it's Mira, and it's someone else. Who is the 5th team that's going through? Because out of the rest of them, Luke D'Amelio, Patrick Long is up inside the top 10 with a 6th place. Where are his teammates? Because obviously he's with Pignataro and Henry Drury, both are 19th and 20th. That's quite a large points addition to them. So that would be 25 with Henry Drury's 19th position. Is that going to be good enough to get them through? It might actually be.
Yeah, wow, looking here. So D'Amelio is what, on 6 points, waiting for the timing thing. So D'Amelio is on 6 points, Drury on 19, so that's 25. Blagia is on 9 points, and his teammate is, no, it's not going to be enough, that's 21. So yeah, right now, it's going to be P9. It's going to be good enough to get through as the 5th team.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll have to wait and see as to the confirmation. And also, again, if they can all reach the end of this race cleanly, which is very much an easier said than done. Massively fast lap time. Anyone who wants to know how fast lap time is around here, it is 1 minute and 30 seconds. So based on where we're looking here, you can see 30 seconds to the leader. We know that we're going to get 2 more laps in this race. 1 minute left to go. It kind of makes sense with where Manuel Biancalilla and Kevin Siggy were. Based on the previous race, they were able to get in that extra lap. It's not super close to getting that extra lap. There is a move down the inside. The number 16, that one is, of course, Jordi Sveers making the move on the Carbon Sim Sport car. Nice little tidy move from the Dutchman.
Yeah, who did he make the move on?
No, Marish.
Okay, there we go. I nearly got you.
Yeah, you were going.
Waiting for my opportunity. Yeah, Marouche. They're being overtaken for the Carbon Sim Sports team. Yeah.
Sorry to Marish, by the way.
It looks like Triton are going to take that 5th position here, and it's going to be the highest. Well, we haven't seen the result from race number 1 yet, but it looks like it might be the highest points total that's got someone through as of yet, and that is because the top 4 spots have been dominated. Effectively, so that means you've got to go really far down the order to find 2 sets of drivers from a team. So that's the reason why.
Yeah, it's fantastic domination from those top lot, really showing who's who when we were talking about this a little bit before, as the checkered flag comes out, that's not out just yet, so that's more out for when Marcel Chinchik comes back round. Well, we were talking of teams that really we're expecting to see in the semi-finals. There were two teams that we were really looking at, which was RHG and Redline. Those were the main two that I put on my list as ones that I would expect to at least see in the semi-final. Whether they go through to the final or not is never a guarantee. I mean, look, BS Competition were one of those ones that we were saying yesterday were a team that we were expecting to get into the final when they still didn't. And by the way, they are going quite slow. So I think the checkered flag has come out and Chinchik did slow down enough, or maybe the old time's just going very slow at that point.
No, there's a lot of drivers going slow here. I think Shinjik has got the checkered flag. It is a race victory for him. Yuyovsky taking P2. Yeah, there we go. So they're in formation here. And, well, there we go. Good stuff.
Yeah, that was so dominant. I think it might have even been boring for them.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I think they'd be pretty happy. That's for certain. And they instantly become the favourites to win the day, right?
Ooh, big call. Veloce are in a really good spot with third and fifth as well. And we know how strong they went yesterday, already getting through into one of the finals. Philippe Dinez and Yaltine, fourth and seventh for BS Competition. Then, of course, you look at Zoltan Siti and David Noj for Mirror Esports. Very, very strong. Those four teams we are looking at being a definite going through. And then we do believe, at least never trust commentators' maths, but we do believe it'll be Dominic Blyer and Mlynek in the Triton racing cars with a 9th and a 12th. Believe it should be good enough for them to also progress, provided things from race control. Now, I said it in the race, Gina. I think race one was a bit more chaotic from what was actually happening with the leaders missing and all this, that, and the other. That race was a lot more chaotic from the on-track action. How did you find watching it?
Well, it started off very similarly with no jump start, but we still saw plenty of chaos. I know Bo Albert's pretty bummed because, once more, poor Bo Albert just can't catch a break, doesn't even get into turn one in this one. Saw a lot more retirements than I think we maybe expected here, Luke. You said at one point during that race that you just got to be in the right place at the right time, basically. I don't think a lot of people got that memo.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those. If you don't qualify well, you've got to expect... You've seen the first two races. You've got to expect it to be very messy and just got to try and keep yourself out of trouble. But then we're seeing drivers go 4-5 wide. Like, how are you staying out of trouble there unless you're going completely stationary, which in itself could cause another incident? So it's a very tough one to be in, but it's the story of two different races, right? It was very mixed in terms of the grid being top 10, top 20 for race number one, similarly to yesterday. But then there was a distinct 4 teams that really dominated in race number 2. And if you qualify well and you've got a wingman, so to speak, very like the front two had, they're both out on their own effectively. You're in a very good position, and then you're just letting everyone else fight it out there. So fair play to the top 4 teams we saw pretty much guaranteed to go through, but you just don't want to be in that mixy state in that sort of 10th down to 20th.
And going back to something you said, Lewis, just at the end of that race, RHG might be the favourites here. We thought Redline might be them, but really dominant performance from 2 of their drivers, and we know just how quick Van Lozenoord can be in an open wheel car.
Yeah, I mean, they are in a very, very strong position. For me, the day at the moment, if we were going to pick the 2 favourites, and I will say, even to get into the final, the battle does seem to be Redline, RHG. Those are the 2 big teams. As we were saying, even yesterday with it being Unicorns of Love and BS Competition, those are for today. Redline, we know how good they are in this car. They finished essentially 1-2 with the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports, which they were actually assisting, at least with Bonahouse's side of things, of course, Pech and that lot being a Veloce team. But yeah, that's all very confusing and very sim racery. But either way, absolutely dominated in the R Factor 2 Formula Pro Series. So they're a strong team. And RHG, that's RHG, recently picked up Marcel Chinchik from Varga Sim Racing. That is a quality signing when it comes to pace, and clearly has jumped into the RHG team and has gone, yeah, I'm all right with this. Let's go and get some good results. So they're the 2 favourites, but it's up to everyone else to sneak one in there.
And speaking of results, I do believe we have confirmed Heat 1 results. I did mention that for Ballas Esports, Biancalillo maybe would not get the win. He was confirmed as the winner. But Williams Esports, great performance from two of their drivers inside of the top 10. They'll advance in first with Team Redline, Ballas, Rocket, and Apex making up the top 5. The first time we'll see Apex in our quarterfinals.
I think
First
Unicorns of Love
esports
also
team
had
Godzilla
a few
Unicorns
today,
of
didn't
Love
they?
after
And
winning
Top Racing as
yesterday
well?
on the Assetto Corsa Competizione, along with Core Sim Racing, Top Racing, and Yes Heat, all heading into that second chance race. Give a bit of a chance for Race Control to work through the incidents and to give us an update on how things will look for Heat number 2. But at least for now, I think we can take the time to talk to at least one of our Heat winners. We're now joined by Manuel Biancalillo and Lewis and Luca.
Brawo Maciek, co tam, coś
obviously
ten?
got to ask the big questions about that
Żeś
race.
dał?
I mean, we didn't know if it was a good thing, a bad thing, whether your heart was in a good place, a bad place. What a crazy race when it comes to that race start.
Jaka dostaniecie
Do you
jakoś?
know what happened? Do you know where it all went?
No,
what
bez
was going
sensu,
on
tu jest tak, że im jak pierwszy uderzasz, to najmniej punktów zdobywasz, a potem im masz mniej punktów, tym wyżej w klasyfikacji jesteś.
In the pit lane, then
A, przepraszam,
just go
dźwięk, no.
whenever I felt more safe.
Patrzcie.
Nothing more.
So you were out on your own. We didn't see much of you because you were so dominant. Was there any point where you thought you might lose the race? Did you? Was the car feeling great? You know, did you have any moments where you may have lost a rear or something like we've seen from a couple of drivers today?
Ale jak za 2 punkty dostaniecie, to chyba i tak mieliście zapas.
Maybe like every acceleration from the slow corner is kinda risky because the car has poor traction, so every corner just scary.
And with how things were in that race, obviously not. I mean, you knew what position you were in because you were first. But was there points in that race where you were looking at it thinking, "What's going on?" Because the way I would see it is you might kind of doubt the race. How do you keep focused?
I wasn't that much focused, but I was talking with my teammates, trying to remove the penalty that the game gives because there's been a long history with the rolling start bugs in R Factor 2. So I just hoped to get the penalty removed.
Well, we could tell by the excitement in your voice that you're having a great time. How do you feel like it's going to go for the rest of the day? Where do you anticipate to finish?
To be honest, I don't know, but I hope in some high spots.
Well, we'll give a massive thank you to Manuel Biancalillo for jumping in. Ballas Esports look to be through and up into the quarterfinals already. We'll catch up with you a bit later on.
See you later.
Well, Arjuna, that was it was an interesting way to start the day. I think that's the best way we can put it with Heat 1. I hope we don't see too much more of those style of starts.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be chaos. The key is going to be minimizing that chaos. We are endeavoring to try and get Marcel Chinchik as well for a little bit of a chat here in this little brief downtime that we've got before we go racing in that crazy second chance qualifiers where, of course, well, 12 teams will enter, Luke. Only 2 will move on forward.
Yeah, and you're going to see a couple of teams that really will feel like they're out of position in race number 1 because of incidents that were out of their control, duking it out, and it really is, you know, second chance we're calling it, or last chance, whatever you want to call it. It's both exactly the same, because if you finish outside that top 2, it is your last chance. You're done, you're gone. It's just high jeopardy, right, to get into that top 2 spots, because you know, even though the top 10 are through, every single other team are incredibly talented and incredibly fast. So yeah, this is going to be absolutely ridiculous. I will point out about race 1 results again. 21 points seems to be around the mark, doesn't it? Anything outside of 21, you're sort of struggling. So good to see that we're starting to genuinely, the format is working in regards to the results are very similar in terms of points.
And Race Control is working on Heat 2 results. We might be able to get those to you in a couple of moments' time. But Lewis, I mean, think now back to Unicorns of Love and winning yesterday. The way the points are structured over the days, remember, 22 points for winning a day, all the way down to 1 if you finish last in the last chance qualifiers. If Unicorns of Love don't have a good result here in this second chance qualifier, regardless of whether they advance or not, the way the points are structured, knowing that they've got this partnership that will hopefully have given them a bit more confidence in R Factor 2, going to iRacing where they have a lot less experience, they're in a bit of a struggle for this overall championship.
Tritony weszły do ćwierćfinału już,
there
też
are
weszliśmy,
positives to
Karbony
come
jeszcze
from that
walczą
race.
w
They
wyścigu drugiej
obviously need to come
szansy.
in and qualify well and then
Wreszcie
second
jedzie
chance
Polak.
race and
Dawid
find a way
Koczek.
through. But they've got the pace. That's the thing. Between I've said it before,
Nie wiem, czy
between
jeszcze
Carlos
ktoś
Martin
jedzie?
and between Noah Roivers, at least those two. I mean, Leonard Toki was saying yesterday that he wasn't too confident in his pace in ACC. Whether he's got more pace in RF2, I'm not necessarily sure. I only really see him on ACC. Between those two, that's what this partnership is about. And to be fair, was having a little bit of a message from Jürgen van Bergen, the team manager for the series, for the NetRex
Po
side of
angielsku,
sort of
bo
overseeing how things are
jedziemy z
going.
Michaelem Romanidisem
He was
z
basically
Grecji i
saying
on po
that
polsku, jak
Carlos
rozumiecie,
Martin put in
za
potentially
bardzo.
his best performance, his best race in the last 3 years. And to be fair, I'll second that. Absolutely sensational. He's put in some better qualifying laps. I've seen some great ones from Carlos, but as a race, much better there. Noah Roivers just unfortunately sort of involved in all of the early sort of calamity, and not really much he can do. If he gets his qualifying right, that Unicorns of Love could be one of the favourites to go through in the second chance race. But I can add so many teams to that list. I mean, look at Logitech Diablo Esports. They were in position in Heat 2.
Dawid Mroczek,
Look
no,
at
wreszcie jedzie.
the Jean Lacey Esports Academy team. They were also winning. There's plenty more in there. You just don't really know.
I do believe we have confirmed Heat 2 points. I'm not sure if we're ready to show them to you just yet, so we'll continue chatting away while we wait for those to be finalized. Of course, remember, Williams Esports, Team Redline, Ballas Esports, Rocket Simsport, and Apex Racing Team, the 5 that qualified from Heat 1. Here's how it looks in Heat 2. RAG, of course, 1 and 2. They'll advance along with Veloce, BS Competition, Mirror Esports, and Triton Racing. It was close for Patrick Long Esports, not far behind. Of course, big disappointment for Logitech Gialtis Esports and Arnage Competition. Luke, they were, point in time, looking like they may have been able to qualify directly.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday as well, didn't we?
Weszli,
It
tam
was
się sporo
a
kierowców,
misfortune
tylko
in
na
terms
dwóch
of
z
spinning
Polski.
that we saw that cost them hugely, but it's a case of you've got to get it right in this next race. The way the format is, it is high jeopardy, as I've said before. If you go out in the early stages, you get small points compared to everybody else at the end of the day. So you've got to eliminate those mistakes again. A lot of these issues aren't because of themselves. They're just getting caught up in other people's mistakes. But I will point out, it's again 21 points, isn't it? 21, lucky 21 is
Bravo,
getting teams through. But if you don't get through in that top 5, it is really a lottery. We've already seen how incredibly inconsistent the starts are from these teams in race 1 and race 2. And these are the very best out there, right? Added a little bit more pressure where you've got to finish in that top 2. This is going to be fireworks absolutely everywhere.
And Luke, from your perspective, I mean, let's talk a little bit about the car now that we're racing, this Formula Pro car, plenty of horsepower. We've already seen mistakes from the likes of Jurne Simoncic on the start, just unleashing all of the power of the engine onto the rear tires and looping it around. It's putting on an interesting show, but we're also seeing, for example, with Tobias Pfeffer, it can catch you out so easily, even once the tires are up to temperature.
Yeah, and that's the double jeopardy of if you haven't got a teammate backing you up, you've got to push. You've got to get as many positions as possible because you feel like you're doing it on your own. This is a team event at the end of the day. So if, you know, the added extra, look at RHE. Neither of those cars looked like they were over the limit at all, right? Because they've done the hard work in qualifying. They got the good start. Look at Veloce. They were never pushing the top 2. That's something we're going to see later on, of course, where they have to push. You know, we say that RHE are going to be favourites now, but when Veloce haven't shown their hand yet because they've not had to. But you're right, it's all about, especially in the second chance, you need a second driver to back up your best driver just to take a bit of pressure off because you cannot drive over the limit of this car. It is a death trap, it really is.
It's a fascinating car, one that Lewis has plenty of experience with in terms of commentating on. And he did get the chance earlier today to chat to the head of esports at Motorsports Games, Ben Rossiter-Turner. Let's learn more about R-Factor 2 in this Formula Pro car.
Right then, Ben, first of all, have you recovered from your pinnacle of sim racing, the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual?
It's 2 weeks later now, and I'm not sure I have. But, you know, no, I have really. It's been, it's still been an intense week because we always try and move forward. So, not really any rest for the wicked, but I have managed to take some time off. But overall, everyone's absolutely ecstatic about the performance of virtual and the fact that we're able to bring back something so iconic from 2020 and still prove there's an audience for it is something quite spectacular. So that's the kind of stuff that motivates us. So in a word, yes, and looking forward to the future.
Are you happy with how the event went, of course, with the 2022 Le Mans Virtual and, of course, the Le Mans Virtual Series before it?
I don't think we could be more pleased with the figures. I think it's very clear that Le Mans Virtual is probably the biggest sim race in the world in terms of its audience and viewership. So we're ecstatic that we are able to, put on the same kind of show, actually showcase some improvements in terms of the sporting side. I think it was a more competitive race in the first year. We clearly showed that R-Factor 2 has been worked on very hard by the Studio 397 team to fix those technical problems we had in the 2020 version. Had a complete, green flag race, which is fantastic. And the hard work continues. So we're looking forward to the next iteration, other events that we're doing on R-Factor 2, events that you guys are doing on R-Factor 2. And growing the platform more. And as you can see, we're very invested in improving what we have with the new UI that came out.
Yeah, the hard work does seem to be paying off, and building on that in January, you've had your event, another big event being ours, VCO ERWC here on R-Factor 2. What are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on the championship itself?
I think it's fantastic that that it's not, that we have other organisers, VCO, such a prominent organiser picking up the R-Factor 2 platform. I think it, speaks to the fact that R-Factor 2 is considered one of the top sim racing platforms and is considered up there. We know we have work to do, but we are very excited to have R-Factor 2 as part of the showcase. I think you'll see some fantastic racing on the platform. There's always such a fantastic grid on the R-Factor 2 esports scene. So looking forward to seeing how the drivers get on. I'm sure some of them are still also a little bit like me, a little bit jet lagged from running the 24 hours of Le Mans, but I think you'll see some fantastic racing today, and I'm looking forward to watching it.
Now, this Formula Pro car that we're going to be using today is a very unique car indeed. What kind of role does that play for yourselves in R-Factor 2 and with motorsport games?
I think the Formula Pro car is an exciting project. There was a desire to have a real high-end single seater in R-Factor 2. I think we're very keen to kind of grow that Formula Pro platform. For me, we're looking at what we can do with the competition this year. There was a competition last year, but for me, we're looking at our own internal Formula Pro competition, see what we can do to grow that. And as you've probably seen, or some of you may have seen, that there's a partnership with certain manufacturers like BMW that's already been announced to bring their own designs to the Formula Pro car. So I think people can look forward to seeing some of those improvements or some of those options to the Formula Pro car in the future as well.
Now, I don't know if you caught any of yesterday's action. It was absolutely fantastic and thrilling all the way through. Now we move into the R-Factor 2 side of things. Who's your tip for victory? It's such a strong field out there.
It is, and for me, I'm very neutral. I don't care who wins, as long as the racing's good and it's all fair and all that competition side and sporting side is well managed. It's very hard to look away from someone like Redline. They have so many fantastic drivers. BS competition, I'm sure will be up there. The Williams guy. Honestly, there's so many fantastic drivers. I don't know what the format you guys have got. May produce some surprising results, I'm sure. But good luck. I'm firmly on the fence.
We will have to wait and see that. Cheers, Ben. We'll get back to it.
Thanks, Lewis.
Well, the heats are done and we're moments away from getting underway with the second chance race where 2 more teams will join the 10 already qualified for the quarterfinals on day 2 here in the first running of the Esports Racing World Cup. I'm going to take the time though to chat with winner of heat number 2. RHG dominated, but Marcel Chinchik took the win. He's standing by with Lewis and Luke.
Yeah, we'll catch up with Marcel Chinchik. We just need to drag him into the old room so we can actually hear what we're saying. Otherwise, I'd be asking questions to thin air. Marcel Chinchik, race winner, dominant fashion. How are you liking being a part of R8G?
Yeah, thank you. It's absolutely great feeling so far, and yeah, I'm really glad to be here and really enjoying the work with Erhan and all of the guys.
Well done on the race win. First one, you and Erhan just looked so comfortable and composed. How much more in the tank do you have? Was it really a reserved performance, or was you on the limit?
Oh yeah, like honestly, I was trying to save kind of with tires from the beginning, and yeah, like towards the end I tried to push, but the balance wasn't really the best on the car, and just yeah, could be still better a bit, but yeah, we will see in the upcoming races.
Now, the races, the 2 that we've had, Heat 1 and Heat 2, have both been what can be classified as quite chaotic behind. For you, though, with Erhan, it was quite calm up at the front. Did you have any idea of how much chaos was happening behind?
Yeah, honestly not. We didn't really talk a lot. I just saw after the turn 3, I saw the yellow flag. So I was thinking that something happened, but it didn't really affect us. We just went from them.
Well, who would you say your main rival is to take the spoils today? Obviously, Veloce behind you, but they didn't really need to push. But is there anyone that, particularly over the first 2 races, stick out as a big challenge for you?
Yeah, from our heat, I guess the Veloce was really strong, and I saw that in the other heat, the red line, yeah, could be very strong. So yeah, maybe them.
Well, I think we are going to catch up with you a little bit later on. Won't hold you up too much. Go and enjoy a little bit of a break before we see you once again in the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Thanks.
Perfect. Well, there we go. That's, to be fair, one of the most dominant race wins that we've seen from a pair of drivers in the series. Of course, we've seen Tobias Vethler and Niels Nijhoeks yesterday, but that was something special from a team, which this is a proper team game.
And I'm going to pose a question to you, Luke. We were kind of saying that maybe RAG looked good. Veloce looked really good as well. There were rumors that potentially there were some technical issues for one of their drivers, but Veloce, who really stood out yesterday in a set of Corsa Competizione, really starting off day 2 strongly as well.
Yeah, this is a massive day for them, because I feel like they're, well, saying that, I said we said they might not be on the pace today really on R-Factor 2, and they've kind of surprised us. But I don't feel with iRacing they're going to be quite as quick as they are today. So today has to be a big day as well, and especially if Unicorns of Love if they don't get through the next stage, Veloce could effectively be in the lead by the end of the day, depending on how results go. But have they shown their full hand? Did they need to? Absolutely not. Did BS? Probably not. Like, as much as R8G in the lead, they didn't need to be chased down because of the way the format works. Have 2 good drivers positioned well, and you've got nothing else to worry about. So yeah, again, don't show all your cards. We saw yesterday that Niels Nijhoeks qualified, where was he, just outside the top 5 in his first race? But then when it came to the crunch and he needed a performance, he absolutely was one of the fastest out there. So yeah, don't count anybody out at this stage, because people would have just get through. That's all we got to do. 5th position is exactly the same as 1st position at this stage. So yeah, I think we could see some real interesting turns.
And one thing to remember is you have 5 drivers for the 3 days, but you pick 3 per day. Veloce will have Dion Fiallo joining them for iRacing action tomorrow. Usually races with the sister team usually races for Movano, but joining former rivals Yassi, at least for today. We'll see plenty of shakeups tomorrow. We are ready though for qualifying for this second chance race. One more opportunity to see 2 more teams lock themselves into the quarterfinals. Once more, it'll be Lewis and Luke taking you through the action. Let's go watch some qualifying.
Well, with how important qualifying really is, we've seen that so far today. I think, Luke, we are going to see some pretty pacey laps here. I think they're going to need to get them onto the board. So many good teams in this burst. We've got Unicorns of Love, we've got Jean Lacey Esports Academy, Logitech Dialtis Esports, Fordzilla, all of these drivers genuinely, all these teams are ones that I could see going through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and that's the nature of the competition, right? There's 22 teams here that on paper at the start of the competition, before we've seen any qualifying or any race, you can make an argument for any of them being in the final. Like, they are that good. That's why they're in this competition. You know, there's no mugs in this championship. So yeah, this is the most brutal race that we have all day. It's as simple as that. Like the first two, there are 5 spots available, but when you come to this stage, there's an extra team in here, first and foremost, but then you've only got 2 slots to go through. And the pace just isn't any different to what we saw from the first races, really. It's going to be maybe a 10th or so in the top qualifying time. But we saw yesterday that it didn't go well in terms of getting through the first stages for a couple of teams because they got knocked out of qualifying, or again, it was mainly about qualifying, not having a great position on track, and then they got it right in the second chance to make themselves get through. So expect to see some surprises where we didn't see them at the front end in their qualifying race.
Yeah, just to clarify as to what we're seeing here, of course, everyone is out on circuit together. So as it was yesterday, they've got to make this stick amongst themselves. Lap times we're looking for are in the lower form of the 28s. Marcel Cinczyk in the previous race did get himself a 28.0 in qualifying to snatch himself pole positions. We'll focus on with Bo Albert down in towards turn 3 and 4. You can just see how fast things are happening around the circuit. There are 36 cars, actually 35 because we're losing the one from Yancey, of course. But either way, the thing
Co się dzieje? Proszę bardzo, mogę wytłumaczyć, bo pewnie
difficulties even for Adam Pintesh is the previous few races we've had 33 cars, right? This time we up it because we've got 12 teams in this. It's 35. It's very busy around this track.
It certainly is, and you know, by the time the last driver's got space on the track, they might be impeding the first driver that got off the line. So it's yeah, it's interesting to say the very least, and it will be who deals with qualifying the best that will more than likely be right up the sharp end. So big opportunities here for maybe a couple of teams to sneak in. Maybe they don't feel like they've got the outright pace,
to w ten sposób,
just nail this part of the session, make sure they've got a decent amount of space. You see a lot of teams, by the way,
jedziemy taką drabinkę pucharową. Widzisz, że na początku jedzie w ogóle jedą 22 zespoły. Na początku dzielą nas na grupy po 11 zespołów, to widzisz. Te zespoły jadą swoje hity, swoje jakby fazę grupową, po 5 zespołów wchodzi do ćwierćfinału. I potem jest jeszcze wyścig ostatniej szansy, tam niżej, z którego 2 zespoły przechodzą. W sumie 12 zespołów wchodzi do ćwierćfinału. 22 na początku, 12 wchodzi do ćwierćfinału, my już weszliśmy, teraz jadą właśnie ten wyścig ostatniej szansy. No i z ćwierćfinału odpada połowa zespołów, 6 przechodzi do półfinału i potem z 6 w półfinale, 2 przechodzą do finału. Więc tak to wygląda.
Superb lap from Noah Roivers, but there is a question mark.
I jest to rozgrywane na 3 simach. Wczoraj była CC, dzisiaj RF2, jutro iRacing. I potem jest klasyfikacja końcowa zestawiona z tych wszystkich 3 simów. I myk jest taki, że zespół może mieć tylko jakby swój skład wyjściowy składający się z 5 kierowców. Więc i po 3 jedzie w każdym simie, więc nie można 3 różnych na każdym simie wystawić, tylko trzeba mieć takich, co ogarniają różne simy.
Yeah, there's nothing better than an angry Michi Hoyer. He tends to get results out there when that happens. So he's there in P2 again. It's still a big margin though. 1.5 tenths of a second is a big old margin. That just goes to show how quick Ruver's time is. And we saw this yesterday, didn't we? We saw this with Pfeffer. He did not have a good qualifying in the qualifying races because he got taken out. But then when it came to the second chance, he was so dominant. So we're seeing Ruver's finally getting a bit of clear air. I think that time's almost impossible to beat, really, at this stage, especially with how many cars are out there on circuit. You're going to be impeded, no doubt.
Zajęliśmy 9. miejsce, czyli przeszliśmy do ćwierćfinału i w ćwierćfinale byliśmy 9. najlepszym zespołem.
Hoyer, Simonchich, they got 2 drivers up there, and Team Fordzilla also got 2 drivers up there. So Noah Ruver's being in P1
jeden na
is all
ACC,
great
a
and
co do
dandy.
competizione, nie to zwykle, to było wczoraj. I teraz, dzisiaj jest R-Factor 2 i jutro będzie iRacing.
Take a look at Carlos Martin, who's running at the moment 26th position, gone through the first sector, looking decent in the first sector time, looks okay in the second sector. Actually got a little bit of assistance from the Fordzilla car, a little bit on the old hanger straight. Let's see what Carlos Martin could do. First sector, decent. Second sector, decent. Could well put him inside the top 7 after a, to be honest, one of the best drives that we've seen from Carlos Martin in the previous race to go and fight inside the top 5 with some of the very best. Let's see what he can do in this one. He needs to assist his teammate here. Crosses the line up to P7. There are 3 teams up in that top lot that we are really looking at. Unicorns of Love, Burst and Fordzilla. That does not mean it's going to be them when it comes to the checker flag in this race, but those are the ones we're eyeing up right now.
And that had to happen. Martin had to get an unbelievable lap time in, because as it stands in the championship, the results yesterday, Unicorns of Love were the winners. But look at these teams here. Veloce Esports are second, only 1 point behind. Team Redline, 1 point behind. BS Competition, only 1 point behind. And the common denominator with them is all 3 of those drivers, all 3 of those teams are already through to our quarterfinals. Like, they're easy passage through. So right now, if Unicorns of Love want to go out and win this competition, they have to get into the top 2. There's no 2 ways about it. And how important will it be that a Team Fordzilla car has accidentally helped the Unicorn of Love car with the slipstream down towards Stowe get up into that top 7?
Well, there is Michi Hoyer in the side-by-side there. You can see him on with his own branded clothing with the Burst Esports stuff. Not particularly happy with the lap he's presently on, but either way, second position, I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. That was obviously on the exit of Loughborough, where he wasn't particularly pleased. Just a 10th down in the first sector, so I don't think he's going to be improving to go and snatch the pole off of Roivers at the moment. Was watching what could have been a very important lap from Jakobovic as he spun out of Luffield as well. He could have gone up there to assist his teammate Alex Simolia. Back with Jerne Simoncic, the Slovenian. Great first sector, over a 10th up on the pole time. Lost a little bit in the second, but could this be enough to challenge for pole position as he comes up towards the line? The answer to the question is no, not quite. A 10th off of Roivers' time. And to be fair, I'm going to say one thing about Nerex. Either way, that is a shot in the arm for Noah Roivers to have out-qualified Jerne Simoncic and Michi Hoyer, 2 proper experts in this car. Look at Jean Lacey Esports as well, 8th and 9th. And Smolia grabs pole position with a 27.8.
Oh, that's incredible here. And has he got a teammate backing him up? No, it doesn't look like he has. And well, we've got, this is a genuine fight, isn't it, between 4 or 5 different teams. It looks like Jakobovic is done, so he's not going to be able to improve his time. So as much as Smolia is P1, he doesn't have that backup. But there are some, look at the teams up there. Unicorns of Love Sim Racing. We've got Core up there as well. And Team Fordzilla. Like, this is incredible stuff. Burst Esports as well, having 3 drivers up into that top 10. Yeah. Only 2 teams go through here, and very similarly to yesterday, this is on an absolute knife edge.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the teams that have done strong. We can also chat to Arjuna a little bit about this as well. Few teams are looking strong, but we remember, as you said, only 2 teams can go through in this, and so it's brutal to be the third of those. Great stuff from Burst, great stuff from Unicorns Love, great stuff even from Jean Lacey Esports Academy. I know Devon Morocek and Alex van der Waal did move Jordi Sveers down towards the end of the session, down to 12th, but still good from Jean Lacey Esports Academy. I couldn't pick one of those teams right now.
And I think you got to watch for the third team here, the third driver, to make sure they don't get in trouble. Again, I'm going to go back to the point. Penalty points with that third driver will not help the situation when you have 3 teams up there in the top 10 and mixing things up, Luke.
Absolutely. That's, as much as Lozenord's going to be furious with how race 1 went for him in the RHE team, he had the other 2 drivers, P1 and P2. Him being a DNF means he cannot get involved in any incidents, thus meaning there's no extra penalty points added. So, yeah, there's so many different avenues we have to look at in terms of getting our final result. But this is it. 2 teams to qualify. And I go as far to say, if you don't make all 3 quarterfinals, you cannot win this competition overall. So if you're Unicorns of Love, you have to finish in the top 2 right now, because the other 3 teams who are in the top 4 overall from yesterday have easily got through to the quarterfinals.
From your perspective, Lewis, was it a surprise that Smolia was able to punch in that qualifying lap right at the death? Because not just pole by a 10th and a half.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massively impressive lap. I think the one thing they'll be asking is, mate, what happened to Jakobovic? It was such a shame that he made that mistake going through Luffield, because it could have been another team right up there battling to steal one of those positions. To be honest, that would be, for top racing, from my opinion, that would be a steal to have beaten the likes of Burst. I forgot how many big teams were even in. I mean, obviously we know there's big teams all over the place in this competition, but there were a lot of teams that. Burst were one. I know, obviously, the bad luck from Yo, the lighting up the rears of Yanni Simoncic. But Burst one, I thought they were going to have an easy path through. They were going to clear off and tick their way through and easy peasy get to the semis at least. But now they're having to work in the second chance. That's the love of this competition. Once we're done with the second chances, though, there are no more chances. That's it. You're either in or you're out. Simple as that.
And the good thing in some regards, Luke, is the fact that in other formats or tournaments, you might have points being handed out directly to the overall championship in the heat races. That's not the case here. If Burst can bounce back, they put themselves under a little bit of pressure, which I'm sure they're feeling right now, but no harm, no foul if they do make it to the quarterfinals.
Everybody starts on an even playing field, right? It's qualifying once again, and you just try and get yourself through to the semi-finals. Again, it's then an even playing field. Try and get yourself through to the final. But the one thing I will say, anyone who doesn't finish outside or inside the top two, they do earn points, right? This is their points earning race effectively. Again, I find it very difficult to believe that a team that hasn't made all 3 quarterfinals could win this championship, but you've got to give yourself that best opportunity. So if you can't be top 2, you've got to be looking to finish 3rd and guarantee yourself, I guess it's a 10 points, is it? 10 points for finishing 3rd overall for the championship.
Good maths.
Yeah, quick maths as well. Lewis, from your perspective, does Unicorns of Love have any hope here? Any hope at all?
Oh yeah, I think they do. I mean, there's too much. Like, if you were to place your bets on anyone, I couldn't pick 2. I can give you 4, which isn't helpful when we're looking for just 2. But I can give you 4 that I'm looking at, thinking that these are the teams to really, really look at. And obviously, the Unicorns of Love are one of them. I hope for their sake they do get through. Obviously this partnership with NetRex, this was the entire point of them. And to be fair, you can say, much like a few other teams and pretty much everyone else and their grandparents were robbed in the first race, in the second race. Of course they are. They are coming back with this with a little bit of gusto. They've obviously won yesterday with different drivers. This is their chance to start going on the attack. To be honest, I think they've got really, really good chances.
Yeah, but how important will it be? Because Team Fordzilla is another team that are battling right now. They got 2 drivers in the top 10. They inadvertently gave Unicorns of Love Sim Racing an advantage on the Stowe straight, up towards Stowe corner, on the hangar straight, should I say. How much is that going to affect the result here? Have they given Unicorns of Love an even bigger opportunity of going through at the expense of themselves? Like, the storylines here are all over the place.
That's what we love about this format. It is never a resting time. It's always plenty of action to come. We've got about 60 seconds before we get to the track and watch the formation lap before the rolling start that's already caused so much controversy and chaos. I wanted to give a big shout out to Iku Merakala and Gary Paravani, who are working on the content machines for VCO social media. Follow across VCO Esports, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And remember as well, one more day, one more chance for you to get involved with picking where we're going to go racing tomorrow in day 3 of this Esports Racing World Cup on iRacing in the V8 Supercars. It'll be a plethora of choices to pick from. 2 will be whittled down for you on social media to pick from, and we can't wait to see what you have in mind. I'm going to throw you guys under the bus once more because that's what we love to do here. We got time to talk about it. Prediction time. I'm going to go first, so I relieve the pressure on you guys very slightly. I think Burst will get it done. I think that's probably, unless something disastrous happens, they're looking good. For the second team, though, I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to say Team Fordzilla, Lewis.
Oh, Burst, Unicorns of Love. That's my guess. Although I feel Gianmarco Fedici is going to message me after this and say, why didn't you pick me?
What about you, Luke?
I think Burst have the best opportunity. They got 3 drivers. How will their 3rd driver be able to indeed get himself involved and maybe influence the result? Smollier, he's the kicker here. He doesn't have anyone backing him up, but if there's some massive collisions, could Smollier potentially drag his team through by a 2nd driver getting a half-decent result? Are they the dark horse in this situation? Absolutely. And we've seen carnage every single race so far, so yeah, don't count them out.
We're going to see more.
Yeah, will we see it on the start, though? That's the question. The time for talking is done, though. It's time to go racing in the second chance race here from Silverstone. Lewis and Luke will take you through it all.
Well, Chaos has been the real word of the day, and will chaos be the word here in the second chance race? It certainly was a fair amount yesterday when we got going in our second chance race. And if there's one thing that we can kind of take a prediction from the semis, from the quarters yesterday, from the second chance race, I think penalty points are going to play their part in this race, Luke.
100%. Yeah, that's the nature of the format. That's the nature of the competition, and we absolutely love it for it. It has made a difference, and it does force teams to be absolutely on their mettle in terms of being clean.
Ostatnia szansa, czy tam druga szansa.
Up the conversation
dopiero
of top
ćwierćfinał.
racing, of course, with Smoliar being pole position. They are currently 5th overall in the championship here, Lewis. So as much as we say Unicorns of Love being top of the championship right now need to get through because, you know, the likes of Veloce, Team Redline, BS Competition are already safely through to the quarterfinals. It's even more so for top racing, right? They have to get through if they've got any ambitions of winning the whole thing.
There's a lot of teams that are in that scenario. I mean, I'd almost say, and this is really harsh, because obviously very early days still, even in the championship sense, but teams like Burst, with how they did in the previous sim on ACC, I think those teams might be out there. I'm with you. Like the teams that got through at least into the quarters, they need to make the most of this. If they're in this, you know, if they've got any aspirations of the title, it's got to be a passage through right now. If they finish in third as a team in this, might as well kiss it goodbye.
Tell you what, this is my favourite part of this job, being like an investigator, trying to figure out all the different nuances, especially with this championship. It's such a unique format. It's brilliant. I love it. I absolutely love it. I just don't like doing maths. That's just not happening.
Yeah, no, never trust a commentator's maths.
You look at Yaz Heat. They're currently 7th. So again, they're if it doesn't go well for them today, it's kind of you're done. You're almost going into tomorrow, and it might be 6 teams we're looking at effectively. It's crazy.
Got a little bit of a look here into race control, so we can see what Ricardo's doing. There is a lot going on there. Obviously, watching over what's going on the race starts and such. Huh?
In the red light district, apparently.
Yeah, I know, and with a big screen. Let's take a look at the grid, though. Alex Samolya, Noah Roivers, Jerne Simicic, and Michi Hoyer, apparently driving for Redline now. That's a good one. Obviously, Burst esports drivers in 3rd and 4th. Nuno Pinto for Fordzilla, with Luca D'Amelio, Gianmarco Fiducci, and Carlos Martin for the Unicorns of Love. Keep your eye on Unicorns of Love and Fordzilla, and basically just everyone else on the grid, because it's hard to follow in that sense. Jean Lacey Esports Academy, Burst, David Morocek up there as well. Core, Jean Lacey Esports Academy. Jean Lacey Esports Academy got 9th and 12th there. Maybe they'll come through as a bit of a threat later on in all of this. Not necessarily sure outside of those who could potentially challenge for one of those transfer positions. That's why I'm kind of focusing on those sort of 4 or 5 teams. For those teams that you were saying about Yaz Heat, unfortunately, no disrespect, Emily Jones, obviously one of their drivers today, who we know is fantastic, particularly in that V8 supercar that we'll be racing in tomorrow. But between Balash Remenik, 18th and 23rd, they're not going as strong as they were yesterday, unfortunately.
So Smoliar, there's 2 teams with red and white liveries. I was trying to figure out who was it just outside the top 10. Yes, Core, of course. Again, the only reason you can't count out a Smoliar's team, top racing, is because he's pole. He's in the lead. Like, he gets P1. That's only 1 point. He just needs one driver to, like, have they only got one other driver here? Because I'm not seeing where their second driver is. I'm seeing Grabowski.
Yeah, so it's Denis Grabowski in 34th, and it's Roman Popovic in 20th.
Yeah, so again, because they're only scoring 1 point, right now, let's look at Unicorns of Love. They're scoring, as it stands, 10 points. Simoncic and Hoyer, I guess they're scoring 7 points. What's it going to take? A couple of mistakes and maybe get up to at least a top 10, and they're looking good again, right? Top Racing are looking good. And with what we've seen already, historically today, there is going to be a massive crash in the mid-pack. There's more cars here than we've had before. If they could stay out of trouble, that pole position and potential, you know, if you could go out and lead and win this race, could be massive. And I know it's difficult, and we say that one driver dragging his team along is almost impossible to do. Smoliar has to. It's effectively, he has to just go out and win and hope that there's some magic happening behind.
I mean, this is, like I say, a stressful moment for quite a lot of these teams. You've got to ask yourself the question, whose palms are sweaty, whose knees are weak? I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, exactly. I think Burst are feeling fairly comfortable. Everyone else, no, not even a little chance.
It does come down to, for me, I think Burst, you're right, favourites. If it becomes Team Vogzilla versus Unicorns of Love, if they make a mistake, it opens the door for a team potentially like Top to come and take it. It does take a huge, huge crash. And again, the only reason why we're mentioning them is because Smoliar's individual performance here has been absolutely exceptional. Lewis, it is the second chance race. This is where fireworks happen. Take it away.
Well, Jakubovic needs to do a lot of work for Top Racing, starting in that 20th spot. His teammate is the one starting from pole position. The hands are in that of Axel Smoliar, two-time race winner in Formula 3. Could he become a race winner here in the VCO ERWC second chance race as he's starting alongside Noah Roivers, who looks for a better start this time than he had in the previous race. And look at the start from Jene Simičić. He's already gone around the outside of Noah Roivers. Same with Vichy Hoyer. There is a bit of an incident in the background. I think it might have been Fordzilla who was having a bit of a touch. Gianmarco Viducci has lost a bit. Oh, and there's a bit of a spin right in front of David Marocek, who's just trying to squeeze it through. It's 4 wide as Tobias Pfeffer tries to get it straight down the inside. Marocek's going backwards. Smoliar leads. Simičić, Hoyer, Noah Roivers, Pinto, Carlos Martin making up a couple of positions. And it does look, at least at the moment, as if the advantage is Burst, then Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, but it's by 1 point. Unicorns of Love and Team
Po
Vogzilla.
tym wyścigu, no czyli za 10 minut ten wyścig się kończy i wtedy my
Just
jedziemy.
because Roovers is ahead of Pinto, Martin ahead of Fiducci. Pinto in between the two Unicorns of Love sim racing drivers. This is as close as you would like it to be, but you've got to talk about Smoliar. What a start it is. Of course, a real F3 race winner twice, as you've pointed out, and this is still a huge amount of pressure for that young man. P1 it is, as it stands. Brilliant stuff from him, but Burst Esports moving up to P2 and P3. It's the dream start for them.
Yeah, David Marocek, who we're riding on board with, lost a little bit out in the previous race. He's going to battle it out with Janis Brakshock, and how important is it for him to not pick up any penalty points? He's raced with Janis Brakshock a fair amount over in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. Janis Brakshock jumping between a couple of teams, used to drive for HME, used to drive for a team called Ghost Speed as well, one that's got plenty of storied history in open wheelers, and now Marocek has to fight his way past to get back inside the top 10. Or you could ask the question, does he need to fight this, or should he just sit there? Should he just try and apply the pressure? There is David Marocek. I think really for him, I'd honestly just sit there, not take any risk in this race, because again, if he receives any sort of penalty point, regardless of his finish position, just because it's the top 2 in a team that score points, they still receive the penalty points as a team.
Yeah, I think he has to play team player here because Jakubovic has moved up to P15. He would need P9 right now for Top Racing to go through because Smoliar's leading. 1.9 seconds in the lead here, so he does still need that help. But ultimately, as you said there, the Burst team have got themselves a rear gunner here to help any sort of potential advancements. I know it wouldn't directly affect them. It would be Unicorns of Love that would ultimately be the sacrifice here. But he can influence the result as it stands from behind. So he just stick around there, don't get any penalty points, and just let the other two do the work.
I don't know how these two are still alive. Somehow, Yordis Veers and Pignataro, who went straight into the side of Yordis Veers, didn't spin off the track in response. There is Marocek looking to the inside of Janis Brakshock, trying to get back inside the top 10 at Stowe corner. Little bit of a snap on the exit. He's got to watch out as well because he's under a lot of pressure from Janis Brakshock's Arnage competition teammate. I believe it's Adam Pintesh, who's just sat in that 12th spot and now trying to grab. He does get past Kasper Stolz, does potentially even or start to attack David Marocek. We look at Yordis Veers. The John Lacey Esports Academy, they're still in decent spots as well because you've got Yordis Veers there. Oh my goodness! What did I just see there? And that was a big moment. That was Gianmarco Viducci. There was a huge thing there. I think it might have been a bit of a screen freeze. Need to see a replay of that. But there's huge damage on these two cars as well. Carlos Martin with plenty of it. He's going side by side with Nuno Pinto. He's trying to grab the spot to secure Netrex into, and Unicorns of Love, of course, into the quarterfinals. What did I just see there? Was it a bit of a screen freeze that dragged them back? Either way, Gianmarco Viducci had the invoice absolutely slapped into his face, and he definitely had to pay that bill.
They've just cost each other going through here. The teammates have collided. They've cost each other going through. I'm assuming Pinto's trying to get ahead of Roovers. Obviously at that point had to. But, oh, no, the car just disappeared there. So what's happened here? So Martin's now ahead of Pinto. Pinto just disappeared again. Yeah, things are not going well here. It's going from bad to worse. We've got a replay of what exactly went down. And there was a move potential.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
no.
Pinto. So Pinto is having... Oh, this is rough. So to explain what just happened there, Pinto's having computer issues in a sense on his side, and it's slowing down, etc. Whatever it is, whether it's to do with internet connection or not, and what it's doing is it's causing him to essentially have a screen freeze, and it's dragging him back in the sim, and then bam, and like the worst luck known to mankind is he's dropped straight into his teammate, and bang. Carlos Martin, though, in all of that, does have damage. I am absolutely sure of it. He's dropped behind Jordi's Veers, and maybe this opens the door for our Nage competition, who are now there, for Jean Lacey Esports Academy, who are now there. Oh, my.
Yeah, that is...
Fiducci and one
Very
of
familiar.
the core cars.
That's very familiar, for sure. And, well, you can't do too much with two wheels there, and it's just gone from...
Oh, you can't just drive into him.
No, exactly right. Luca D'Amelio, by the way, has just got one penalty point as well for Patrick Long Esports. So that's not ideal at all, and the whole picture's changed here, hasn't it? It's a Simoncic and Hoyer. They are looking absolutely golden here. Ruvers and Martin, they're looking pretty good as well, as it stands. But you're right, Arnage now, just appearing out of nowhere. That's 17 points in total for the both of them. But what about Top Racing? Smoliar? So again, yeah, 17 points. I think Top Racing are on less than that as it stands. I think they might be on 16. So that brings, no, so even it's 14 points right now. So as it stands, you're right, it's going to be Burst, it's going to be Unicorns of Love. If there's damage to Ruver's cut, he might fall back as well. So this is not over. Still 4 minutes to go. Keep yourself on the straight and narrow if you're Unicorns of Love Sim Racing. Again, they have to go through right now. They have no real choice. Consider they did so well yesterday by winning, but if they don't get through to the quarterfinals, they lose so many potential points.
I think Carlos Martin, he needs to sit behind Jordi's Veers and not go for a move, because there's 2 seconds back to Yanis Brackshot. Now, if he does have damage, if he can stay in the slipstream, stay within the DRS, keep up with Jordi's Veers and not fight him, that is really hard to do. Oh my goodness me, Tobias Pfeffer, see ya, son. Away he goes in the Logitech Gialda's esports car. The chaos is kicking off as we focus on Emily Jones for Yaz Heat, who are running now in 13th and 14th. Balash Remenick, her teammate, just sits directly behind her. I did not see that fully, just out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether that might be similar to what we saw earlier on in terms of the technical issues people might be having with a PC. If not, that was awful. That's so avoidable, if not. And, well, there's 2 cars there. We're probably going to be expecting some baby Formula Pros being born in 9 months' time from what we just saw.
Let's see. We're riding on board with Tobias Pfeffer, looking backwards towards Balash Remenick, the Yaz Heat driver. Let's see what happened to Tobias Pfeffer. So he's on the brakes. Oh, and it's, guess who it is?
Yep.
Nuno Pinto. If I was race control, I'd be like, mate, I know you're having a bad one, but you need to bounce, son.
Nuno Punto by the end of this race. It's not his fault. He has no idea, probably.
Well, I mean, he definitely is aware of what's happening, but it's not. He's not exactly flicking a switch and going, right, I'm going to kill this guy, I'm going to kill that guy. It's not how it works. It's just rough, and it's a hard call to be like the safety of everyone else. You know, obviously, I know it's a sim and stuff, so safety's a bit of a long call. But you know what I mean? You're following my logic in the sense of it's just like it's for everyone else's race, not just yours.
Yeah, exactly that, and you just don't want to be affecting other people's potential passengers going through. I know it's a hard call there, but sometimes you've got to make that hard decision. And unfortunately, yeah, Pinto's having some terrible issues, which is out of his control. But ultimately, it's killing other people's races. It's not really fair on them. Let's go back and look at what we can control here in terms of it's looking great for Burst, right? It's looking great for Unicorns of Love. And they seem to, when it comes down to it, under pressure, really perform to the Unicorns. They really do tend to perform when the pressure's on. It's great to see. It may be being handed to them ever so slightly but with the technical issues, but when you get handed an opportunity, you still have to go out there and grab it with both hands, and for the second consecutive day in a row, they are absolutely going to do that.
I will say there was a time back in Season 3 of the R-Factor 2 GT Pro Series at Silverstone, and Nuno Pinto was leading in a Bentley by a country mile, looking for his first ever race victory in GT Pro. As we'll see, Jakubovic getting down the inside of Kasper Stoltz, who is the other side of the story. Kasper Stoltz goes for a big old slide and straight into the barrier. I was about to talk his praises, and he does something like that. Oh, you poor lad, Leonatoki, the Unicorns of Love, is on the attack to go and try and get past Brow for the Butler Power Motorsports car. Casper Stoltz, though, was the benefactor in that. Obviously, Nuno Pinto disconnected and gifted the lead to Casper Stoltz, who took his first win on that day. So what I'm trying to say is clearly Nuno Pinto has a bit of a curse with the Silverstone racetrack. Just does not seem to work for him. A little bit of a tight line there from Casper Stoltz, lit up the rear end. And that is the power these kind of cars have. They do drop the rear very quickly if you're not careful with your right foot.
Tell you what, we've got 19 seconds remaining. I'm sure we're on the final lap, I would imagine. Not sure where Smoliar is.
Oh, no.
One more mistake here from a couple of drivers ahead, and Top Racing here would go through. They need 2 spots for their second driver to be on exactly the same amount of points as Unicorns of Love. But with Smoliar winning the race, that is the tiebreaker. So, yeah, basically needs a couple of drivers to make a mistake here, and it could be Smoliar dragging his team through to the next stages. It's going to take a bit of a miracle, we know that. Smoliar, though, who's driven sensationally well, absolutely deserves the plaudits here. But look how close it is, and you can see it, the 2x2. They are not far behind. They just need maybe a couple of cars battling, a bit of contact here or there. You never know.
Well, either way, Smoliar is departing the final corner. Regardless of scenario for the team, he is a victor. We saw it a few times yesterday where the race winner doesn't have enough support from his team to go through. Burst are well in position to do so. 2nd, 3rd and 8th. Fantastic race from Burst, a recognised outfit in open wheelers on our Factor 2, and that is how they do it. It does seem as though Unicorns of Love will be the one to pass through into the quarterfinals. Not enough process. Corentin Gunes, a little bit of a lack of front wing on that car, and I'm not necessarily sure that one's going to go down. He's got Simon Feigl directly behind him in the Logitech G Alpha Esports car, so I think Cora are going to drop a position to a team which they've battled with quite a few times, only more so on iRacing than here on R-Factor 2. Confirmation, at least provisionally, I say confirmation provisionally sounds bizarre when you say those words back to back, but either way, Alex Smoliar, Jone Simoncic, Michi Hoy, your podium with Noah Roivers and Jordi Zviers up there as well. Unicorns of Love and Burst, they seem like they are the teams to go through, but what a stressful race once again.
Yeah, and if Unicorns of Love have got ambitions of winning this whole championship, they cannot afford to be putting themselves in that spot tomorrow. You don't want to be in that. As we saw, it's a lottery. If there could be technical issues that could cost yourself going through to the next stages where you're battling for the real big points. Ultimately, it looks like they're safely through, which is the main thing for them. But it just goes to show this format can bite you at any point.
Absolutely. And really, I mean, poor Fordzilla, Lewis. I mean, technical issues, no fault of their own. It was going to have to be one on track. Regardless of how the situation went, they would have likely had to get in front of one of the Unicorns of Love cars, if not both. It's a shame for their day to be ended like that.
That is rough. I've been on the receiving end of it. I've seen it a few times. It's something which can happen in R-Factor. It's quite an intensive simulator, and it does happen much less so these days. It is almost a rarity these days to see it, but it does still happen. Much like the issues elsewhere in some of the other simulators, R-Factor 2 has it as a bit of a problem. It's unfortunate though that Nuno Pinto, the only person that was getting it in that race, dropped back into his teammate, dropped back into Tobias Pfeffer, dropped back into quite a few people. I feel for Nuno Pinto. He was probably sat there in that race being like, I probably need to pull out of this race. But then you're thinking of the positions in the championship. You think of the prize money. You can't just go, nah, I'm out of this race. You've got to just keep going and just keep your fingers crossed.
And I mean, for some teams, Luke, that again, may not have advanced on through. It's not all over. Remember, we're talking about championships as well over the days. We're not just paying out 10,000 over each day. We're paying 20,000 for the championship. Only the top 5 get prize money though, so there's plenty to play for, and that's why every point really does matter.
Yeah, it certainly does. When in terms of the 3 days, if you haven't got past this stage of the day, you tomorrow when we hand out the big money, let's say, you're not going to be involved in that, I'm afraid. It is what it is. I think we're going to get to the end of today and it'll be between 5 or 6, as you would expect, of course. If it's going to be between 22 teams by the end of day 2, that would be ridiculous. You can only really script that. But yeah, the joys of this competition though is it's not just about the 3 days in total. Each day has an individual prize purse as well. So teams that maybe didn't do so well today, they still got it all to play for tomorrow.
we have confirmed final results from that second chance race. Burst and Unicorns of Love, as expected, will advance. We say goodbye to Top Racing, our Arnage Competition, Jean Alesi Esports Academy, Yas Heat, Patrick Long Esports, Carbon Simsport, Logitech G Altus Esports, Team Fordzilla, Core Sim Racing, and of course Butler Pal Motorsport. While we get set then for the quarterfinals, let's look back on what we saw yesterday in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Dramatic, bit of an understatement to put it into terms for the Unicorns of Love in the final, but we're now joined by team manager Rene Sievert, and he's talking to the people that talked over the final, Lewis and Luke.
Yeah, got to ask Rene. It was a bit of an up and down day. It was dominant for Unicorns of Love yesterday until the final moments. Then there was a bit of that drama in the.
All good.
Locking enabled. Locking enabled.
Jakbyście tutaj na czacie, wiecie, z dwóch najlepszych zespołów zdobywa punkty. Jest po prostu 1 punkt za pozycję, więc bardzo łatwo wszystko się liczy. Jakbyście tutaj w trakcie jazdy mogli napisać, czy według was mamy szansę być w 6 najlepszych zespołów, czy nie, to by było super. Jak to wygląda, nie? Czy jesteśmy komfortowo, czy jesteśmy poza? Czy mamy walczyć o każdą pozycję? 3 kierowców jedzie z każdego zespołu, ale tylko 2 zdobywa punkty. A ten trzeci oczywiście odbiera punkty pozostałym kierowcom też.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
No. It's not you. I mean, I did 27.9, but I was full counter steer on Maggots Beckett. Like full.
Wszystkie są punktowane.
.570 sector 3. How?
Tak, po prostu miejsca. O, gdzie ja tyle czasu straciłem?
Locking
2, 9.
Marcel used this sausage curb on the second to last corner.
On the left hander?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
A little bit. But still, I mean, he gained like 2/10 to me. Just there.
Interesting. I don't really like to change anything just before
Yeah.
quali because then I almost up completely.
Log building finished.
No Jezus, ale czemu go tak laguje? Ten pokazuje, że niby jest na torze, a nie jest. A Nikodemo też tak laguje. O Jezu. Brawo.
Logging enabled.
Mam live timing.
Log building finished.
Ale tam nie ma zespołów chyba pokazanych. Is there anywhere where you can see a starting list or anything like that?
There's an entry list for everything.
Where is it?
It's in the sheets. A separate sheet, I'll send it.
Punktacja to jest jeden punkt za pozycję po prostu. Where is it again, sorry?
I'll send it.
Aha, no dobra, no mam taką listę startową, ale jest bardzo... bardzo nieczytelna. Na streamie, jak sobie odpalisz, to tam chyba najlepiej, bo tam masz loga zespołów po prostu obok. Obok pozycji. No albo tak mogę
I mean,
wskazać.
it's as fast, but it's more tricky. Maybe it's faster if you nail it, but still, I mean, if you have
To
two
zespoły?
chances, then...
Aha, okej. A, są, no rzeczywiście.
Logging enabled.
7th is better in coach.
Okay, I'll try. Czytałem czat. Ojej.
Log building finished.
Okay, gonna be moving to queue, I guess. Are you on Zooms?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait a bit, like a minute.
Me too.
Like if you're in the setup page, it actually does work. No, but the brake pressure and everything else resets still. Plus fuel didn't.
But I'm driving on default.
Oh my god, there's been like 3 crashes in the pit lane already.
Yeah, I'm watching.
What the fuck?
Oh, it looks like everyone's going out now.
Yeah. Good.
I'm gonna go.
Logging enabled.
Wydaje mi się jak słońce na tego chodzi, jak dojeżdżam z pitów za każdym razem.
Okay, let's go, guys. We need a good position in queue.
Yep. Good luck.
Good luck.
Stop.
I think there's people on flying laps coming already, or no?
Yeah, the guy through stove.
They're not on flying laps though.
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
No źle, ale nie powiem chyba. Zajebisty czas.
The lap was a 1.25.
Logging enabled.
Życiówka w kwalu. Hit P10, no dobra, ale... Jest okej.
Nice.
Not too bad. Thought it gives us a chance.
Yeah.
That's my best lap, personal best.
My sector was awful. Rest felt decent.
Yeah. Well, remember, Michael, you can still take points away from other teams, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's after if we survive first lap, so...
I mean, Rocket is nowhere, Balash is nowhere. R8G, Redline.
Ćwierćfinał to jest.
And Burst, maybe. And maybe Veloce. So, yeah, we have a big chance, I would say.
Yep.
I will try my best. I'll send it on some people.
Just remember not to get a penalty as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going with 44 liters.
I got 45.
Logging enabled.
przechodzisz 6 zespołów.
Is that Ricardo the admin?
Yeah.
Okay. Right back.
Excela goś wali, no i dobrze. Excelu się mi wszystko zgadzało.
Back. Michael, you are P19?
Yep.
I asked my chat on the stream to calculate for us, so I think there's a few people with Excel spreadsheets. Excel spreadsheets now, so I will let you know if they tell me anything.
Theoretically, if both B12 or top 12, it's enough.
Mathematically? Yeah, it could be.
Not quite, but pretty much.
I think for sure, mathematically.
Because it could be...
No, maybe no. I don't know. Okay, good luck.
Okay, I don't have the... but the time is
Yeah.
no longer, so... Yeah, but somehow now it doesn't work as before.
Were you in the setup page?
Mhm.
Oh. A jak to wygląda dla nas teraz? Może wpisaliście już, czy coś? Jak to jest? Nie zmieni?
60 seconds, right?
Yes.
Let's go! Yeah, we just need to keep our position and we are all good.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good that we are next to each other. I mean, I can even let go Marcel, for example, if he will be pushing me, and then we can go 2x2.
Let's survive the start first.
Yeah.
Remember about cold breaks into turn 3. Like, even if you warm them up, they are still cold.
Locking enabled.
Okay, so 45 liters and nothing more.
Full tires. Yep.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Somebody use horn
Yeah.
in open wheeler. Biancloda is OP here, but nobody else in his team.
Thankfully. I think, like, I'm in the zone where people behind me will be very aggressive, so I can't really let them go.
Yeah, yeah. How many liters do you have now?
42.5.
43.3.
I put in 44.
Okay, focus now.
Brakes.
Green flag, go, go, go.
I'm out, so you need to deliver, Michael.
Okay.
Are you still driving?
Nope.
Let me know where we are.
I'm 17 at the moment.
I'm P7.
That was a 132.94.
Yeah, we are in for the at the moment, so.
Close.
Yeah, I will let you know in like 2 laps, okay?
Yep.
The lap was a 1:30.00.
If we are tied in points, then the higher position means.
Yeah.
So we're tied with BS plus. So
Oh, someone died.
Are they ahead of us?
I'm P13. I just smashed into debris, but I think I'm good.
now we are in easily.
Did BS crash?
No, but not.
The lap was a
Easily is how much?
1:30.21.
We are P4 now.
Okay.
That was a 1:30.41.
Five positions advantage, I would say.
I can easily click P13.
Still good?
Yeah, we have plenty of position. We can lose like 5 or even 6 combined. So all good. Just go till the end and I will tell you what I did.
The lap was a 1:30.75. The lap was a 1:30.59. The lap was a 1:30.82.
Widzę, że piszesz, że bezpiecznie.
finish now.
What about Rietveld spun in the last corner?
Is that enough?
I think it is, yes.
We have 10 places advantage from P6.
Oh. What happened?
Mhm.
Too much trouble.
Yeah, too much throttle, but I panicked because Jeffrey has got a real slow start and I turned right a little bit.
Because I floored it as well and had like a tiny wheel spin, but like nothing dangerous.
Yeah. But because I made just a slightly go right, then I'm sorry.
Today in lap, remember? Yeah, I mean we advanced, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now I'm fresh for what matters.
Yeah.
I mean, we have. I posted on our Discord, so it was like Redline 9, Roman Grosjean 10, Burst 16, Williams 20, BS Plus 22. And that's top 5, right?
Mm-hmm. And then
Rocket Simsport 24, and then Veloce at 31, Triton 35, Mira 43.
So Veloce didn't advance.
But 5 teams or 6?
6.
So Veloce advanced.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. BS Williams. Yeah, no. Rocket, BS, Williams, Burst, Redline. Yeah, Veloce out.
Did you finish P6, P7?
P6 because Rietveld spun in the last corner.
Nice.
Under braking, I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. Just about.
Okay, now I can leave, right? I think so.
Yeah. Good job, boys.
Mein Gott. I thought that it would be because of me.
I got like 6 places just from crashes.
I like how our mentality changes, like a formation lap. I was like, oh yeah, just protect, don't lose any places. Then I saw you spin and straight away I'm like, full attack, gain places. And then you tell me you are safe, so I'm like, oh my god, just don't make any mistakes, just drive slow, don't make any mistakes.
Oh my god. Everything because of Jeff.
Bengalila finished second and no chance to advance?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So now it will be, I would say, Roman Grosjean team, Redline, and we.
Yeah, we can
be P3 at least.
Yeah,
so I mean, even if we can't make it to the final, I mean, even with, imagine Redline go to the final, I mean, we'll be P2, right?
Yeah. So realistic P3 on pace, and then if they fuck up, then sneak into the final. No faktycznie, ja podczas jazdy zawsze, nie? Wyglądam jakbym, nie wiem, popuścić miał zaraz. Fokus musi być, no co?
We should have an engineer for races like that.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, just for the points.
Yeah, it was all because of Martin yesterday. Now he's not in the lineup and we are into the semis.
Yeah.
But if we drop
Even
out in
I can
semis and iRacing guys go into the final, then... no semi jest za chwilkę, mi się wydaje.
PS is also out.
Oh, they got a penalty. Nice.
So Veloce or what?
Palace is it.
What?
Yeah. P2 and
Yeah.
P24.
And Kolila?
Yes. That's good for us, because then...
Yeah. That's good.
I mean, good and not good, because now there's 6 teams, so 18 drivers. So even those 2 super slow drivers, they will be like, you know, P15. Well, we'll see. I guess better than BS.
Yeah, but I mean, Patel was on our pace, but the other guys far away, so...
I think quali either we go straight away or we wait around 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's better to wait because...
There is a server or not?
I don't think so. Because I went like...
Is there any server now or not?
Let me see.
On the according to the schedule, quali for semi-final was supposed to be 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think there is still the server one. But I don't know if you
But are you on the server or where?
They just said semi-finals on server 1.
But it's the one we were at for the race.
I guess they just restarted it.
Yeah, but they will be waiting for me, so no rush.
Like before last section in quali, we were literally stopped for 1 minute anyway. So
yeah, I know. I kept waiting, and I even waited like a minute 20, and it still wasn't enough. But it's because some guys waited like even longer than us, and we were stopped in the last corner, and they all just drove by us.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's practice quali.
I need to move my cockpit a bit higher for future. Because like turn 4 I can't see the apex until I'm there.
It's easy to move it. Not sure if you want to mess now, but...
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do it now.
Logging enabled.
Okay. Low 28 first lap saturated, but that's good.
Are you driving offline?
Yeah. I was driving offline, but now I'm joining.
That sausage curb in the second to last corner is really nice. Quite safe.
Sausage curb?
In the second to last corner.
Do you use it?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if it's good or not.
I mean, I kept using it in the race and it was pretty good. Jest i Hanna z nimi teraz, waluj.
But then you need to short shift to second.
Don't need to, but it's better for me.
Also, burst will be danger.
Hmm?
Burst will be dangerous team as well.
Well, everything is dangerous now.
That was a 1.49.
So Biancola needs to win, and we'll see.
Yeah.
I wonder what BS got 5 penalty points for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's the most I've seen. Dzięki, Dominik. Szkoda, chłopaki, że się nie udało, ale jutro na pewno wy będziecie kosić. No, w sumie jak na to, że wy RF-a nie jeździcie, to P9 macie teraz, tak? Jak my wczoraj, no to elegancko. To lepiej przed niż po. Jeszcze półfinały jadą, Oluszka. A potem finał. Finał będzie ciężko, ale półfinał jeszcze jedziemy.
BS Plus driver was on the server, but yeah. Not today.
Rip.
Some people just block on purpose. Already.
Yeah. But still, I will wait.
Yeah.
Fuel.
Fuel is good, everything else is not.
For me, fuel wasn't good.
Okay, Michael is heading out, so good luck.
Maybe I can give you a slipstream.
Nah. If anything, I should giving one of you guys slipstream.
I don't think you will have enough time for 2 runs if you wait long enough to meet Michael on his final.
If someone else was doing it, we should do it as well, but
Yeah, it's always a problem doing the sleep through. It's always a mess. Instead of focusing on doing a good lap, then you keep thinking about the sleep stream.
Okay, I'm going.
Me too. Wait, there is a time on the server.
No właśnie. I o ten czas. O Microsoft. Andrzej nie zrobił. Mam taki, że kółko życia mi w ćwierćfinale siadło. Nie życia może, ale personal best. Dobra, zobaczymy. Wyrównałem swojego personal besta prawie. 9, okej. Ale szkoda tego kops. Ajajajajajajajajaj. Za 6 nawet mógłbym mieć.
Shit.
I fucked up cops. I lost a 10th in cops. How can you lose a 10th in cops?
So it looks Team Redline, R8G, Burst, and we.
More or less, yeah. And Balash will be really close. Benkolila is 3 positions ahead of me. And the other guys are 5 positions behind Michael, so.
Yeah, it will be very close, so. Let's go.
Full tank.
My worst quality. Oh my god. But I messed up my first lap, and then, you know, I didn't have any confidence.
Zgadza się, bo tu najlepsi z najlepszych.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Huh?
15 minutes again?
Yep. Daję gazu.
We'll be close with Balash and with Rocket as well.
Well, I mean, a lot can happen still.
Yeah, of course.
It will be completely different after the start, so.
Yeah.
I'm now in the attack mode. Dive bomb here, dive bomb there.
Penalty point here, penalty point there.
I'm ahead of you, so watch out.
Yeah.
They could give us a drizzle or something. Every race is the same.
Oh, yeah, true.
So it's full of action, so. Setup.
O, myślę, że będą
Now
dymy.
it was 45. I clicked the arrows. It was still 45, but the brakes reset as soon as I clicked the arrow.
Huh.
Like the arrow on the fuel.
Yeah, I guess the first time you refresh the setup, like everything refreshes.
I'll put 44 now.
$44.
45 for me.
Because you said 24, right?
Me?
Michael.
44.
Locking enabled.
Yeah, good luck this time.
I think you can heat up raise a little bit if you leave some gap.
Yeah, doesn't hurt. I think it was also good to warm up the brakes on your outlap for quali, but I only thought about it on my last run.
I mean, it's pretty fast outlap, so I think they warm up.
They're fast, but you don't brake a lot.
Michael, are you in my line or in front?
I should be in front. With Endo.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if I see you are ahead of me or like side by side, I'll let you go, because I think I have better race pace.
But now you are in front, so don't think about it.
Yeah.
Just get all your canal up one and then go from there.
Yeah, of course.
I think the best way is just to behave that we are not in the same team for the start, because it's just much easier.
Bonito is the third red line, so he just doesn't want to get a penalty, so you can be pretty aggressive with him, I guess. Same with Van Luzenoot, I guess.
RIG.
Yeah.
Okay, brakes.
Good luck.
Tak.
Green flag, go, go, go.
Ziemię tu. Oh, that sucks.
Keep going.
Can get penalty points for that.
Czwarty aż? O lol.
I got a drive-through.
Oh. We're gonna pit now? Can you let me go?
Yeah.
To be slipstream.
The lap was a 1:30.30.
Yeah, go.
Apparently we are still P4.
See, we can give red line 2 penalty points.
Don't think it matters for us.
For them it does. I don't have TRS now.
I'm trying to get him.
30.18.
DRS means nothing.
It gives a couple of tenths.
Faktor 2.
The lap was a 1:30.34.
Ile do P4 punktów? P5 2 points behind P4. Ah, 3 points.
That was a 1:30.85.
Ale P6 ile przewagi? Three points ahead of P6 apparently.
Tires are gone. 2 more laps, right?
2 or 3?
It's
No,
one.
2. Yeah.
Might be 1. Who is P6?
To jest P6? Walasz?
Rocket, I think.
Yeah, rocket. I got taken out, but I shouldn't have let that happen.
Yeah, I've made a couple of mistakes as well.
Yeah, me too.
Left the door wide open for Ibrahim Khan to dive in there, and then it went terribly from there. Yes, I think we are P5, unless there are any penalties.
How many points in front of P6?
3 apparently.
Yeah, because I had a contact with David Mroczek and I half spinned him, but the contact was made because the other guy pushed me to him, but I don't know how they gonna, you know, do the stewarding.
You can report manually, or is it only...
Yeah, you can report manually, I think. We are 4 points behind P4 and 3 points ahead of P6.
Well, no, it doesn't matter for us, but maybe red line's not gonna be in the final if we... Because that's a penalty in my opinion.
Red line looks like they made it by 3 points, so even if they get a penalty, didn't change anything. Dobra, zobaczymy sobie repa, bo ta walka na pierwszym kółku była mega agresywna.
Yeah, I mean that's
Z obu
pretty
stron.
much where we were, to be honest.
Yeah, missed out on P4 probably, I guess, with my issue, and that's it. Because Bears were P3 and they were P3 and P7, so no chance.
Yeah. Yeah, P3, P7, so yeah, very good results for them.
Yeah. Zobaczmy.
Log building finished.
Co tam zaszło? Nie zamykajcie serwa.
Lap 1.
Sorry?
Made a pretty nice move on losing out in lap 1. Maggots Beckets, but lost it a stall.
Oh yeah.
Basically did the same mistake twice, even when with Enzo. As you saw, I broke like off the line and couldn't break in time. There's like some bumps offline.
Yeah, I mean, it could be P4, but nothing more. It's the same as yesterday. It could be P8,
Yeah.
not P9, and that's it. For sure, not with that quality, what we've done.
Dobra, zobaczmy. Na starcie dobrze poszedłem. Długo zamiotło, no tu fajnie zyskałem. Cholera, 2, 4, 7 byłem. Yeah, I was P7 up to the start, fighting really hard for it, so we've been P7 at best, so yeah, only P4.
He won $700.
Yay!
Not bad.
1,000 in 2 days.
Yeah.
Tu bardzo żałuję, że do stołów teraz zostawiłem drzwi otwarte jak debil.
Where are we in the like mixed standings?
Jezus, przecież... No bo... Co ja zrobiłem?
Sheets, it has day 1, day 2 standings, but not combined.
Oh yeah. That's true. How
Boże.
do you feel by tomorrow about iRacing? I mean, because I don't know how you drive on iRacing. I know only that you have a big iRating now, a huge one, because you was driving a lot. But do you know the V8 car? Or?
I mean, we don't know what the pace will
Ale
be
źle.
like others,
Tu
but
powinien po prostu szeroko pojechać. Widziałem, że ich przecież oni tutaj jakieś dymy są powewnętrzne. Tam w tym stołu zostawiłem
Yeah, so
chłopowi.
that was good.
Przesadziłem, ale w ogóle nie powinienem miejsca
So
zostawiać.
it looks good or it looks very bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope. But the bad thing is that Martin will be not that fast. I mean, only 2 of you need to deliver every single race, because otherwise it will be tough.
Tak, no wystraszył
Yeah, I
mnie
don't
gość z
think
toru, nie?
Martin's done anything in iRacing.
O Boże. Ale Dawida fajnie w kops porobiłem. Ibrahim Khan just scared me off the tracking stuff on lap 1 looking at the replay now. I am...
And I will show you what the other guy... From Rocket as well.
I am fucking stupid, like, oh my god. Showed me his nose and I just jumped out of the way. Why?
Can you see?
Wait. I'll show it on the stream. Let's go. Show it from your...
Takiego gość Dave Bomba zrobił, nie? Znaczy on jest normalny.
Show it from your camera. It's like I didn't see anything. From behind the car, probably the best. Page up on your keyboard. Why that's a okay move.
His teammate basically took him out.
Yeah.
Almost took out our rating.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the reason that I spun.
Yeah, I mean the guy in front didn't know he had to leave more space. Ah, and he lost the wing, okay.
Oh yeah, here, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
lucky he didn't spin you. Hello.
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 Did you watch it?
A little bit, yes, at the end.
We fucked up a bit. I mean, I did.
Me too.
Oh, shit happens.
Yeah, do spania, yeah.
But I would say P5 in the car that I just bought 2 days ago is not bad.
Nah. But RF2 is our specialty, so we should have been higher.
But not this car for sure for me.
Yeah, but still.
I thought you did the whole season of Formula Pro.
Martin
and Petar did, and I did 2 races. No dobra, kończymy. Kończymy czat.
Tomorrow is gonna be fun.
Idziemy do spania. Jutro
Is
do
there
na
any
racing.
spreadsheet about general standings or?
Pokazać aplikację. There is, but somewhere. But I guess it's... everything is in the briefing. If you go to the briefing, yeah, it's updated. We are P4 right now.
Where?
Like overall?
Yes.
What?
Only 4 points behind P1.
Only 4? Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, because
you don't get many points. True.
Why do you see that?
I sent it on Discord. This is actually not looking too bad. 4th, and like behind us is Triton, Rocket, Top Racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking too bad. I mean, imagine finishing 9th and 5th and being 4th overall.
No, but this is not updated yet. Wait, no.
Where is
Team Redline is not there yet. Ah, fuck's sake. But I think everyone apart from Redline is updated. So we should be P5.
RAG.
Ah, but the final hasn't happened
Redline.
yet. Yeah. So
Redline, RAG.
Redline and RNG will be. Yeah, so we will be
So we're
P6.
sixth.
Yeah, fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Mali starts from P5 for overall standings. No, wy będziecie P7, Dominik.
It depends about iRacing, because I don't know that Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, true.
BS Plus would be very good for sure. RAG as well, and Redline as well. So I would say that 4 teams will be in
Apex will be really good as well.
Yeah, but Apex is nowhere, so... I mean, not nowhere, but...
But yeah, like 11, that point.
They're like too far behind.
10 points. I mean, they can make up 10 points.
Well, if we fuck up and they win, yeah.
Even if, I mean, you have a decent round, like P11 in quarters, right? I mean, and they win.
Well,
yeah, we'll see. Knowing my luck, which will transfer to the team, we will finish P6. Just behind the money.
1 point. Yes, just 1 point.
Yes. Yeah. Or equal on points, but lose on tiebreaker.
Well, we'll see tomorrow. I've driven the VA before in Cup of Nations, and without prior experience, I was like 8 tenths behind Beneke and all these guys. So we'll see.
Seems like Redline and RAG will be way ahead of everybody else. Because they will now with 21 and 22 points. Yeah, so they will be easy P1 and P2.
I mean, I saw their lineup, so I knew that before.
No, bez sensu z tymi punktami, nie? Raz tak, raz inaczej.
Well, tomorrow I'm gonna sweat the V8 car and see where I can get. But it's still like difficult to like actually prepare because you don't know where you're gonna be driving.
What about setup?
It's fixed, right?
Is it?
Yes.
Good.
Have you done any lap, Martin?
Yeah, a little bit.
Practice, because we need to be top 5.
Yeah, I'll do my best, no worries.
I don't trust Danny because these iRacing guys always get taken out or they crash themselves and they always like blame everything else.
It's just iRacing.
I mean, he's fast, but it's iRacing.
Yeah, that's the problem. Well, I'm gonna be on iRacing a lot from next week. I need to boost my iRating. I need to get to like 8K or something. Well, I would not mind another Formula E championship, to be honest.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I mean, money is decent, but I mean... maybe they're gonna make an IndyCar championship. There's the chance. Much more preferable.
Well,
Ja, jest szansa na top
Game
5
comes out
Dominik, no.
in next year. IndyCar. Hopefully that's good.
blah. We'll see. I think you and Danny are gonna be faster than me no matter what, I think anyway. But I'll try to support at least.
At the beginning, like before the event, we were talking like you only 2 fast drivers and the third one doesn't really matter. But with the amount of crashes and chaos that happens, I mean, you don't really have much chance with only 2 drivers.
Yeah, and since we are on iRacing, half of the grid will
exactly
fuck up each other on the first lap. When we did Cup of Nations, we were starting like in the second part of the midfield, and we gained like 15 positions on the first lap because there literally in every corner there was a crash on the first lap, literally every corner, and I had to go like 25-30% throttle the whole lap because there was so many incidents.
Oh well, I'm gonna go have a shower.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Bye bye.
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 No dobra, czat, kończymy. Kurczę, no, troszkę, no mogło być to P4, szkoda, że się dałem porobić. Ja mogłem uniknąć tego wypadku, no, troszkę sam go na siebie sprowadziłem, no ale wyszło jak wyszło. Jutro jedą chłopaki z iRacing. Chwalę dla Romanów na razie, no widzisz. To dobrze, będzie bardziej zbita stawka, jak oni wygrają. Jutro chłopaki jadą iRacing, my nie jedziemy, wiadomo, my się w to nie bawimy, więc nie będziemy streamować, ale na YouTubie w VCO eSports można sobie obejrzeć, jak jesteście ciekawi. No dobra, trzymajcie się, manko.